everyone. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give any an update on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my website. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but before we begin, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. But first and foremost, how are you guys doing right now? Listen, if you're feeling a little out of sorts, if you're feeling a little weird, if you're feeling a little bit of a mess, it's a lot to do with the energy that we're currently working through right now. Because here's the thing that we were talking about. So, the thing about this particular new moon that we need to navigate is it's a messy one. It's a lot of that, like, pardon our appearance kind of energy. Specifically and particularly, there's because it's having to do with processing a lot of feelings and potentially having a difficulty as to where to put them. One of the things I keep on pointing out is we've got there's a couple of very interesting things that we're currently experiencing in relationality to this new moon that we honestly, like, we haven't experienced before. It's unprecedented because specifically one of the things that we also have to keep in mind right now is Pluto is now in Aquarius, and it's making everything hit a little bit differently. It's harder to put things in boxes with Pluto and Aquarius. A lot of this, like, feeling that we had in the past, like Pluto and Capricorn, was very much like, if I don't look at it, maybe it'll go away. Pluto and Aquarius is all about addressing the mess, if you will. So, and that's what we're really seeing to a certain extent in relationality to this new moon energy. The thing I was describing, the way I was describing it yesterday, is it does feel like a cleansing new moon energy, but it's kind of cleansing that feels like when you empty the junk drawer, right? You're finding things that you didn't know you had. You're like, why am I even holding on to this? And this has a lot to do with the fact that the last 3 moon cycles, the best way I can kind of describe what's been coming through to me as it relates to, like, a vision on how to kind of we've been experiencing it, is that double void Capricorn new moon that we experienced was like the pulling back of the water. It's like the working through the hard truth. What happens when you navigate a hard truth? You have a lot of emotionality that comes in the wake of it. So that was like that big wave energy. And then that was like all of these feelings, potentially having a lot of connections to things of the past that you are seeing in new ways, new light cast on the past. And then all of this new moon in Aquarius energy has a lot of Pisces in it. Now, the thing we've been talking a lot about, the fact that Aquarian and Pisces energy can sometimes have problems associated because it dwells in the same realm, but they want to do different things with the space. So there's like almost all this fish, like, left in the wake of that big wave. So it's a lot of this, like, what are we going to do with all this fish kind of energy? So if you're feeling a little out of sorts right now, if you're feeling discombobulated, I want you to remember you are not a mess. You are a work in progress. And this is having, because I'm going to tell you right now, this is having a real impact across all of the frequencies, because on the cusp of this new moon energy that we experienced, we also had that planetary alignment. And one of the things I saw that was occurring during that planetary alignment was a lot of energy shifting. Some energy, and I'm going to tell you right now, there was all this energy changing positions as it relates to partnership. I saw a lot of energy that was in separation, potentially moving into separation. I saw a lot of energy that was coming into divine union, moving deeper into divine union. And I saw a lot of energy that was, and I saw some energy that was also moving into separation at that time. But one of the things that we saw that was coming through all of those frequencies at the same time was working through the energetic lesson of a good manifestation is not one that requires you to disassociate in the process of moving towards it. So there's a lot of healing that's coming through across all of those frequencies right now. And we're going to talk about them. And we're going to talk specifically about some of the segmentation I saw that was occurring over the last few days for the energy and separation, because I saw two different modalities that potentially became three. I saw some energy and separation that was acknowledging and working through the fact that they were not ready to let go of something from the past. But in the moment of an individual acknowledging that they're holding on to something, I almost hear some of this energy in direct conversation with their higher self, right? Because it's in the moment that we recognize that we're holding on to something that we understand that it is in our power to let go of it. I can almost hear that energy that almost feels that weight or expectation of the fact that they're so close to the manifestation that any step they take forward out of separation, they're going to find partnership there. They're going to find that energetic ideal. So that letting go process isn't so much the letting go of the dream, but the expectation, the understanding that the dream is waiting for them. And what is the higher self saying to them as they go through that process? Take all the time you need, right? Because the higher self is patient, because the higher self is us. And I feel like this energy is recognizing, it's almost like talking to the self, because they understand that they've already come into that space of shifting. I also see some energy right now that may be moving into separation, but there's something fundamental that's happening with those separations. The healing, I keep on hearing the healing that's coming through healthy separation, honoring one another's paths to such an extent that even in the moment of separation, the love that is being put forth, the acknowledgement of not feeling like one wants to force another on the path, but wanting to walk hand in hand. Because when we force each other on path work, we're not having the same experience on the journey. So there's a lot of this energy like here, I hear that energy saying, even as they come into separation, with all due respect, it was that easy, because that is the energy that feels almost like they're being held even as they separate. And the third iteration that I'm seeing right now, as it relates to these, is the combination of those two forces. There could be some situations right now where those are not separate things that are happening, they're happening all at once. There's a situation where someone is holding on to something, they're not ready to let go. They are acknowledging that, they are articulating that to another. Healthy separation, possibility of healing in the future. So there's all of that was happening that I saw during that alignment period. Now, for the energy coming into divine union right now, I keep hearing pure poetry, because, and I'll put it this way, the energy in separation right now is very much in Virgo. It's moving very much like Virgo energy would. The energy coming into divine union feels like all Pisces energy. And why do I see this? And it feels overwhelming. It feels enormous, because I see some energy that feels like they're awakening as they come into partnership right now. And what is that energy saying as they come into partnership? They're saying, I let go of the dream, and there it was standing before me. When I let go of the dream, and I could see the dream in front of me, because that veil that was lifting before them was recognizing what they were holding on to, because they were insisting the form that they were demanding that their manifestation come through. And when we insist on things that are not necessary, we blind ourselves to the possibility of what could be. So that's why I see that energy that's saying, I was blind, but now I can see, because this is the energy that is recognizing the feeling of the manifestation. And this is where we see that some of this work that's occurring right now, like this is some heavy work that we see as it relates to Pluto shifting out of Capricorn into Aquarius, potentially looking at something from the past that looked good on paper. It looked like it looked like the manifestation, but it never felt like it, right? Remembering that lesson, The manifestation that's for me will not require one to disassociate in the process of moving towards it. This is why I keep on seeing that there's something about that energy that is recognizing. And what's beautiful about this is a lesson that's almost immediately moving to the energy and separation, because we're still coming out of that alignment. So the messages move faster when we're in alignments. So for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, that was the energy that feels the energy of saying, I never had to let go of my dream. It's not about letting go. It's about opening one's arms wider. It's about opening one's arms wider to the enormity of possibility. And that's why I see some of that energy that was in Pisces energy and almost feels like it's shifting into Leo energy, because it feels like big hug energy. And that brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union right now. And for a lot of I got to tell you, and if there's any evidence to show you that none of these frequencies are better than worse than the other. We are all where we need to be when we need to be in those modalities. Because I'm going to tell you right now, all of those profound breakthroughs for the energy and separation right now, all of that feeling of like awakening and expansion that may be occurring for energy coming into divine union. For the energy deep within divine union, it feels wet, it feels messy, it feels complicated, because I just keep seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, working through these lessons, it feels a lot like navigating wounds of intimacy, right? And when we are healing and navigating wounds of intimacy, it feels cringy, it feels uncomfortable, it feels rough, because that's how we heal it, right? We don't turn our back on something that cringes. We navigate the cringe, because a lot of that energy right now, I feel like that's the energy that is working on in the space of ideals. And what's difficult, and we've been talking a lot about this, something to be wary of whenever we're hitting so much of this Aquarian energy is, and that's why we kept getting the message coming through, it's not picky unless it's important, right? It's not the fact of not holding on to things, right? It's not about rules right now. It's about maxims. It's about ways of thinking, right? You can't be dimensional and saying, this is how we do something here. When we understand a maxim as opposed to a rule, we think about a way of thinking, right? Because that's how we navigate nuance. So what do we see that's happening right now? When we're navigating the space of ideals, I see a lot of that energy that is working through unprocessed emotions, things that they haven't felt before, working through feelings that feel unprecedented. And when we go through that kind of work, we often feel like a mess, because as I said, the Aquarian energy doesn't like all the Pisces energy surrounding it. It feels like it's like, I don't know what to do with all this fish. So like a lot of the fish is the feelings. What do we see that energy doing? Processing through that, having those hard conversations, right? Working in that space. And that's why I see so much love that's coming through in that area of the divine union. Because if that's the energy that says to each other, and it was really beautiful yesterday, if you have the opportunity, head over to the Substack so that you can see the spread that we pulled. Because what we basically saw was that the way it feels inside the self was the 8 of Swords, getting frustrated with yourself, getting mad at your own limitations, getting mad at your own cringe. But what did the counterpart see? 8 of Pentacles, a garden that is growing, right? So it's kind of that work of like the partners, the companion, like the energy in like the counterparts working towards one another and saying, I'm a mess. And what does the counterpart say in response? Not to me. To me, you are a masterpiece. Because often when we're on that journey of moving towards our ideals, we always feel like we're failing. But the feeling of failing is the energy of grace. Because when we're navigating that space of trying to find our ideals, it always feels like we are stumbling on the journey of becoming. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to see that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. And if you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. Billy, thank you so much for getting on the list. Not only will you be the first person on the list, but you will also have an additional card in your reading for being the first person on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across the apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you guys navigating it? How are you navigating some of this post new moon energy? How are you doing? Making sure that you're grounding right now. I'm telling you right now, I'm going to say this thing I'm saying before. If you have unhealthy coping mechanisms, I really want you avoiding them right now, because again, the last two moon cycles, full moon in Cancer, too easy to get emotionally carried away. New moon in Aquarius energy with all this Pisces energy, the desire to disassociate has never been higher. Like, take me away kind of energy, right? We are each other's salvation. We need to be able to focus and stay grounding. We need to be grounding this energy right now. We need to be putting it into the tangible space. How are you doing? Oh, well, thank you, Styling. That's very kind of you to say. Hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome, Banks. Hope you're having a good day as well. Hi there, Earth and Brian. Welcome, Tiffany. So good to see you today. King Chocolate, it's been a minute. Good to see you as well. Hi there, Derek. Welcome, Gina and Michaela. Hello there, Linda. Thank you for those gifts. Welcome, Megs. Rainbow Heather, good to see you today. Elisa, always a pleasure. Hello there, Eclipse. Hello there, Carlito and Zayad. What's up, DJ and Maria? If you're hanging out on the FYP, come on in. Water's fine. What's up, Black Sheep and Kitty? Hello there, Big Dog. Rainbow Heather, trying to feel more certain how I feel regardless of absolute certainty. Finding gratitude. Continue to do that work. I know it's not easy right now, Rainbow, but continue to do that work. Move towards the light. Grand Rising Dream. And again, I need to point out, if it's not energetically ideal right now, the work's cut out. Right? That's we have to navigate this space. I'm telling you right now. And that's the thing we want to avoid. Every time we hit some of this moon energy, we always have to work on the thing that feels indulgent, right? We talked last full moon cycle. We talked during the last full moon cycle about avoiding the emotional indulgence of trying to do something for the ego and saying that's for your healing journey. Like last full moon being like, do something crazy, say it's for your healing journey, right? And this one is a lot to do with that feeling of like wanting to pull on threads, doing something because it feels good. Like I got to stress. And here's the thing. Sometimes this Uranus energy, it can feel really annoying. It can feel like nails on chalkboard, but it can also be the indulgence of feeling like that feeling that the ego, like scratching the itch of the ego that enjoys annoying someone that's annoying you, like making sure that you're not coming into that space, because remembering that the energy that requires one to pull on threads and unravel things is also the same energy that can help us find a common thread. So doing that work and making sure that what you're doing right now is not inadvertently self-sabotaging, but moving in the direction that you desire. Hi there, Harmonious and Danny. Thank you for joining us. Welcome, Tammy. Hi there, Rachel. I've been manifesting to maybe win a radio station trip to see them. It was cool to pop in here and chill. Oh, that's great. I always wish I had this, like there's a shirt that I will always regret not getting the shirt. And it was a shirt that had like the lightning bolt symbols, and it said the first 4 albums. I will forever regret not getting that shirt. But I'm wishing you luck in winning that. Hi there, Shea, Grand Rising, and Leonora, welcome. Big Joe, how are you doing? Welcome, Chrissy. Good to see you, Virgo Leave. Hi there, Boarding and Susan. What's up, Ann and Katz? Lady Coastal, Marty, welcome. Allie, thank you for joining us. Mimi and Brian. Hello there, Kopia and Nick and Ruby and Rose. Alicia, how are you doing today? Welcome, Barbara and Cindy and Love. Hi there, Crystal. Grand Rising. Hello there, Rainbow. Yesterday felt like maybe some connection from afar. Here's the thing, and we're seeing a lot of karmic release right now too. So if you're recognizing and acknowledging those connections, the thing I think that's beautiful right now with all of this Pluto and Aquarius is, like, I keep on getting the message that Scorpio is helping a lot of the energy and separation, because it's not just feeling the connection to something. Scorpio like jumps in when you're feeling that and goes, has anything changed? Like, it's not just, we've been talking a lot about that. It's not so much about the feeling of something, but being able to navigate the difference between feeling something and whether something has changed. Denise, Grand Rising, good to see you today. Hi there, Christia and Anna. Welcome, Billy and Bumble. It's been rough. I'm sending you support, King. It's rough. I'm telling you right now, the last 3 moon cycles have been like a battering ram. You know what I mean? Holding space for you. Oop, hold on, lost my spot. And thank you, Eileen, for the follow. Welcome, Brady and Lola. Actually got good sleep last night. Well, I think the sleep's gonna start normalizing again, because one of the things I've been telling you is the thing with a lot of the Aquarian energy likes to work in the dream space. This is why we were talking about the fact that Pisces and Aquarius sometimes have difficulty, because like Aquarians like to go into the dream state and start building things. You know what I mean? Like it's like a construction zone, like Piscean energy likes to be more imaginative there. So the fact that you might be having a hard time sleeping right now, or the fact you're having really lucid dreams, it feels like you're doing things related to work, or it doesn't actually feel like you're sleeping. This is all very typical when we have a lot of Aquarian energy connected to the moon. Hi there, Sue. Welcome, Ernest and Bettina. Good morning, Alexis, Pisces 222. How are you feeling in this energy? Because that's the thing. There's a lot of Pisces energy that was surrounding the Aquarian energy right now. Glad to be here as always. So good to see you, Tafani. And Marina, welcome. Hi there, Anne. Good to see you. Always a pleasure. Welcome, Ramon. Hope all is well. Same right back at you, Crystal. Welcome, Grace. As I mentioned, my friends, Burke, thanks. Always willing to answer any questions. If you would like a reading, all you need to do is send the donation payment via the tree that has links in it in my bio. You'll be the second person read for today. And Jordan, thank you so much for the follow as well. Hey there, Taurus. How are you doing today? We were talking, there's something going on with where Taurus is right now, because I'm telling you right now, the thing about some of this energy, we were talking about it, is navigating that feeling of frustration. Like we were saying, like making sure that you are taking that frustration and putting in places that we're going to create breakthroughs instead of breakdowns, because it does there was a little bit of this energy during this new moon that kind of, like I told you, it's the frustrating download. It's not like the downloads that we're getting. They're like, oh, they're like the downloads are like, like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, like that kind of energy. Hi there. How are you doing? Cool. Before we get started, I am going to give you guys a couple of updates. First and foremost, thank you to everybody who attended our recent class on the Hermit card. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on, and I'm very excited about this, the Wheel of Fortune. I'm not sure if it's going to be one class. It might be 2 classes. It is a very complicated card. I know a lot of seasoned readers that still get tripped up over it. We're going to be talking a bit about the symbology of the card. We're going to talk about, I'm going to show you that I'm going to teach you a bit about the history of the card. We're going to talk about how to read that card in any way that it may appear in your own spreads. And I'm also going to be offering you guys a unique spread to help you manage, navigate, and channel the messages of the Wheel of Fortune card into your readings. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church as a monthly subscriber. It is not necessary to catch up. I will be giving a recap to the best of my abilities in each class on everything that we've studied thus far, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we've studied thus far or anything we're currently learning. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary, you'll also have access to the full Tarot Church library, And you'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally. We will review where you are on your own personal tarot journey, and I'll give you the best insights in terms of how to navigate and utilize those classes and your personal practice to the best of your abilities to meet your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Even if, like, don't let your lack of experience or your robust amount of experience prevent you from joining. Also, if you are either a subscriber to my Substack, to my clock app, or if you are a member over on the place where we keep the videos, I would encourage you, if you're interested in joining, to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel that is available to you as a subscriber and a member, because there you'll find in the perks section a very special coupon code that will give you an additional discount on that Substack subscription. Even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would deeply, deeply encourage you to join me there, because first of all, the world's a wild place right now. We don't know what's going on with all the apps. If you want to stay up to date with what's going on and where I'm going to be available, that's the best place to be able to follow me, because you'll also have access to my weekly newsletter, which will let you know my in-person event schedule and also my online event schedule. Also, if you're going to follow me across the other apps, please, please, please make sure that you do so through my tree that has links in it. Because to be perfectly honest, I am aware that there are a lot of accounts that pretend to be me. So the best way to make sure that you're actually following me is through that link, that tree that has links in it in my bio. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for these mentorships because they are customized per each individual's personal growth and spiritual development ideals. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And something new that I'm also offering now are dream interpretation readings. These are for if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can purchase a single dream interpretation reading, or if you would like to deep dive into your dream space, you can purchase a dream interpretation reading package. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, wherein we sit down and if you purchase those packages, all I ask is that you make sure that you start to keep a dream journal, because we will read over that dream journal in each of our readings, and then I will utilize the tarot to help understand the lessons that are coming through the dream space. You can find all of that over on the tree that has links in it in my bio. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. I will also point out I am going to be keeping the list rather short today, so if you would like to get on the list, I would encourage you to do so sooner rather than later to make sure that you secure your spot on the list. We're also doing 2 giveaways right now. If you're joining us on the Clock app, I will be giving a free reading to whoever gives the most or the highest gifts between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. We will also be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. My friends, we are already at 2.5K. You keep tapping that screen, we'll get to 50K in no time. That said, I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Thank you so much for those likes, Crystal. And welcome, Riri. Hello there, Mary. Thank you for joining us as well. Amber, thank you for the likes too. Hi there, Cool and Thinker. Thank you for that follow. As I mentioned, my friends, we are going to get started in just a few moments. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to be here to receive this reading is here to receive it live. Being heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'd also like to let you guys know, I recognize that there are some issues that we're currently experiencing as it relates to re-upping the subscriptions or re-upping gifts on the clock app right now. If you are experiencing this difficulty, you can go to TikTok/gifts, and there you should be able to re-up from a desktop. If also that is not working for you, I want to remind you that if you join me over on the place where we keep the videos, we also have a subscription program there, and it offers you the same exact benefits that you find here on the clock app. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, January 30th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today. 4 of Cups in its upright, in combination with our Temperance card in its reversal. We're going to talk a little bit about this pickiness that's coming through right now with this energy. Because I keep telling you guys, this type of energy is all about the refinement of manifestation goals. I'm going to say the same thing. I know I sound like a broken record at this point, but we go through these energetic cycles and we have these windows of time where we're working on certain lessons. And so everything I keep seeing as it relates to a lot of this energy right now keeps on articulating to me, it's not picky unless it's important. It's not picky unless it's important. Why do we keep having that message coming through as it relates to it's not picky unless it's important? Because this is how we identify our manifestations. We've been talking a lot about this. Welcome to this shift. We shifted the shift from Pluto out of Capricorn into Aquarius. A good manifestation is not about getting a prize at the end of something, right? It's not about getting something. It's about who one is on the journey of moving towards it. So I keep on seeing that a lot of this energy, if you're feeling frustrated right now, if you're feeling that difficulty focusing, or that feeling of like something like akin to splitting hairs and getting mad at yourself for splitting hairs, or trying to work through situations or circumstances that don't feel energetically ideal, welcome to the vibe. Because a lot of this here, it's not, and I'm going to tell you, and adding to this, and it's also difficult because there's something about working through frustration that's also happening right now. We've been talking a lot about this. This is everybody getting a little bit of a work as it relates to something that Aquarians often have to navigate in their own journeys, which is when we are working in the space of our ideals, right? We often have to have those experiences where we look around ourselves and we feel like things are not ideal. What does one do when one does not feel like a situation or circumstance is not ideal, right? And that's why I was reminding you guys, I know that there's this inclination right now to just want to move into an escapist fantasy realm. Like just sail away, just sail away. Just again, in my dreams, everything is perfect. That's the Aquarian energy, okay? Because that Aquarian energy, we often experience it. What's beautiful about Aquarian energy? It is inventive. It is profound. It is expansive. It can see the world of possibility, but a challenge space that often Aquarians have to navigate is not feeling like reality is sullying the dream, right? Not looking at reality like a pesky nuisance, but rather a place where new possibilities could open, right? Because that space of expansion, what happens? And this is what it talks a lot about, having to be able to have an ideal, but also being adaptable. Because when we become too rigid in our ideals, we become righteous. And when we become righteous, we become blind because we see something and we want something to be so much that we focus so hard on it that we can't see the possibilities that are expanding around us, right? This is why when we're working in a space of manifestation, it's important to remember what is important What is important versus what is adaptable, right? Because when we're working towards a manifestation, it shouldn't feel like so much like us saying, I want, so much as it should feel like an active collaboration with the universe where we say, show me, right? Show me the way. Show me how to find that space, right? It's not so much about putting that force of action in, so much as it is also about opening one's eyes to being able to see how it is coming towards you. And so that's why we see this is why this could feel like a little bit of that force energy, right? I got to check where Taurus is right now because there's a lot of this energy. Like I feel like I keep on getting this energy, the energy deep within divine union. I keep on feeling is trying to force a breakthrough right now. But they're trying to force a breakthrough within the self, right? Like that's the thing. There's a lot of this energy within divine union, right? And that's what we do when we navigate, like, oh, thank you, like when we navigate like like when we get mad at ourselves, right? That's what happens when we get mad at ourselves, we get frustrated, we feel like we're trying to force a breakthrough. If you're deep within divine union right now and you're feeling like that, go take a walk. Okay? Go take a walk, get your mind off of it, allow there to be that moment of coming into that space. Because I'm telling you right now, often when we're trying to force something, right? We like it's in that you ever we've all had these moments. You're like, you're drilling away at something. You're drilling away at something. You can't like it's like it's escaping you and you're pushing on it. And then you go get your mind off of something. What happens? Bing! You know what I mean? Like bing! Like, oh, you just sometimes you need to step back to move forward. And this is that type of energy right now, right? It's a little bit of like stepping away from the canvas kind of energy, right? Because when you're so like that, it's hard to see something. So I keep on hearing a lot of this energy deep within divine union that's saying, help me see, right? And this has a lot to do because if these are the energies that are working on intimacy, I told you it's like junk drawer energy. It's like throwing everything on the table and looking and trying to find a new system. But that's how we heal wounds of intimacy. When we have feelings that we cannot articulate or place, we create new systems for them. So this is how you can use this energy that I know is really, really frustrating right now in productive ways. Allow the frustration to fuel you into breakthroughs. But that's why I'm warning you right now. If this is a time, like if you're doing something right now that feels more provocative, like you're just pulling on a thread because it's there, because I'm telling you, there's a little bit of that, like there's a little bit of that, it would feel so good to annoy kind of energy here too. You might end up moving forward and stepping back in the process. So just be mindful of that because there's a lot of this type of energy here. Be intentional. Okay. Now for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, that's I mean, I feel that I feel I feel like the biggest hurdle for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now is navigating an overwhelm, right? Because I see some energy right now that's just like it's there's a lot of clarity that's coming through. So I want you to I want you to chill out. I want to say this. I mean this. I mean this with all the love in my heart for energy coming into divine union. Embrace it. If there's anxiety that's rising up around something, move it into joy because elation can sometimes feel, I want to say this in the best way possible. Elation can sometimes feel delirious, right? If we're not navigating it like in a healthy way, in a healthy way. So I'm just saying, even now, like if you're feeling a lot of that intensity, I want you to slow things down right now. I want you to remember you always have the capacity within you to feel the things that you're feeling. Sometimes it feels like you're not. And I need to point out, and it's very interesting right now. There's something about meditation that keeps coming in right now for the energy coming into divine union. Because it's that remembering that sometimes meditation, there isn't just one way of meditating. You can have a meditation where you just sit and remember, like you say, I am safe in myself to feel, I have enough room to feel the things I'm feeling. I have enough room in myself to feel the things I'm feeling. This is how we often find a point of stillness, because when we're able to sit with the things we're feeling, it's almost like that moment that we feel that energetic expansion point, because we find our arms, like our ethereal arms are large enough to hold the things that we're feeling. So if you're going through that right now, like, find healthy, productive ways to ground the energy, because this is often what happens when we have shifts into frequency. It's like the high frequency can feel it can feel intense. It can feel emotional, right? And a lot of that is because I just keep seeing that that's a lot of that energy that is seeing something in a different way. And it's like navigating the enormity of the emotions as they move into divine union. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, that is in separation, I just see that a lot of the energy in separation right now is I'm going to tell you, doing very much the same thing that I just articulated. And this is a good sign. I'm going to tell you right now, when I see energy and separation doing a lot of the same work, thank you, alignment. Thank you for that planetary alignment. When I see a lot of the energy doing the same work as the energy deep within coming into divine union, that usually is indicative of a lot of energy that is like, I keep on seeing that energy. And this is the thing about it. I see a lot of energy and separation right now saying, I'm not ready. And in that moment, they're ready. Why am I saying that? Why is there a paradox there? Because what did I say this energy is about? When we're moving into a space of ideal, we never feel ready. We never feel prepared. We always feel like we are a mess. And then we remind ourselves that we are a work in progress. So I just keep seeing that there's a lot of energy that is in separation right now, and acknowledging that they're holding on to something. But in the moment that they're acknowledging that they're holding on to something, and again, they recognize that they let go of it, but they don't recognize they have to let go of it. They just need to open their arms wider. Thank you, alignment. It's bringing a lot of these messages through from the energy within divine union almost directly into the energy and separation. And that's why what is the higher self saying to a lot of that energy and separation? Take all the time you need. I'm not going anywhere. I'm your higher self. Like that's why the energy, that's why the higher self says, take all the time you need. I'm just glad you can hear me, right? Because that's the energy that understands that they're already becoming that person. They can already hear the version of themselves that has moved into the space of being energetically okay and letting that go, right? Like there's something really profound that's happening right now for some of the energy and separation. And a lot of it, I see some other energy and separation right now, and again working through something that isn't feeling the way that they expected, and I see some of that energy going, and I told you, is this picky or is it important? Is it picky or is it important? Why are they doing that? Because they're trying to articulate and understand if something they're holding on to is coming from the ego versus the higher self. And I'm going to say it again, what's a good way to interpret whether something's coming from the ego or the higher self? What is the higher, when you ask the ego, why is it important? Why do you need it to be that way? What does the ego say? Because I want it that way. Right? Like the ego says, I want it that way. The ego says, and it doesn't, that's not an explanation, right? The ego insists, right? The ego insists, right? What does the higher self say? Sit down. You got a minute? I'll walk you through it. I'll tell you exactly why. You got some time? I'll talk to you all day about it. We'll spend the rest of our lives amplifying why I'm holding on to it, right? Like that is how we find ourselves. Again, a good manifestation is not about what you receive, it's who you become on the journey towards it. Center card in our 5 card spread for today is bum, bum, bum. We've got here our 7 of Wands in its upright. It's annoying, and I know. Listen to me. I know it's annoying. I know, and I know right now that like I'm telling you, this is everybody feeling like this double burst of Aquarian energy with Pluto and Aquarius, and also coming out of this Aquarius new moon. Reality is not annoying. Dream is the testing space, and that's what you have to remember. Dream is the testing space for being able to bring things into reality. So yeah, if everything's energetically ideal in dreams, it's also because it's not tangible, right? That's the thing. Like, of course, things are better. The ideal, and we have to work through this right now. Um, and listen. I'm telling you right now. I'll like talk to Aquarians about this. This is something that is often has to be worked through with Aquarian energy. Not feeling like not looking at like reality like a lead balloon, right? Not looking at reality as something that is gross or something that is sullying the ideal, right? Coming into that space of understanding that the messiness that we find in reality can often have its own breakthroughs. There are things that we cannot imagine in dreams that we only see when we bring them into reality. So this is that moment, like a lot of this work that I see that's happening in relationality across all of the frequencies is trying to ground like dreams into reality, working through that right now. Like all of those, all the energies and all the frequencies. Do you see how all of these lessons are connected? And that's why it has to do with breakthroughs right now, right? What is a lot of the work? What is the breakthrough that a lot of the energy and separation is working through? What they're trying to let go versus what they need to hold on to. At that's the energy that almost feels like they're doing that because they recognize that they're moving forward on their journey. Like this is the energy that in the moment that they're holding on or letting go, what they really realize, like I can hear their higher self saying, they're packing, they're already doing it. They're already in the process of moving towards their manifestation because they recognize that moving towards manifestations is moving. And so they're energetically packing what they're taking and what they're not as they continue forward on that journey. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, coming into divine union, this is the energy that's finding, like, this is the energy that's finding all of this space. This is the energy that's recognizing that they don't need to let go of anything. They just need to open their arms wider. And that's why I keep on seeing the energy that's like opening their arms to the enormity of experiences, both positive and negative, because I see a lot of that energy experiencing the letting go of the old dream and embracing the new one. While for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union, this is the most annoying. This is where it feels most annoying right now because I see a lot of this energy. It has something to do with Tauruses right now, trying to push through, getting mad at one's own self, like wanting to like push one's own self to have a breakthrough. So again, be gentle with walls right now. I don't want you taking that type of energy out. like remember and this is why I told you be careful, right? Because this type of energy, there's a lot of force behind it. And that type of force, when we're frustrated, right? We can figure out how to get out of our own way, but sometimes we can use that force in a way that sets us backwards if we're operating more from the place of the ego, right? Fourth and fifth card in our 5 card spread for today are, come on out. Oh my goodness. We have here our 10 of swords in its upright and our king of wands in its upright, right? So I told you this is like trying to have breakthroughs up here type of energy, right? So if you're feeling frustrated at yourself, I want you to remember that that frustration is because you hold yourself to a high standard. And I got to tell you, it's really frustrating because when we're moving from our heart space, it almost always feels like we're failing in that endeavor, right? Because when we move towards a higher standard, we can be very hard on ourselves. So if, and this type of energy right now, I'm telling you, like this Uranus energy, it's like, yeah, I'm telling you, it can be like nails on the chalkboard. It's like nails on the chalkboard of the self, like getting very frustrated that one isn't I want you to imagine that you're perfect. And I want you to imagine that maybe perfection is not feeling like you're perfect. Maybe perfection is the moment of trying to reach towards perfection and always feeling like one is stumbling on that journey. So we just see even now, like that's what I hear a lot of the energy deep within divine union saying to one another, right? Getting frustrated at the self. And I keep hearing this energy say, I'm a mess. And what is the counterpart saying? Not to me, you aren't. I wish you could see yourself through my eyes. I wish for a moment you could see yourself through my eyes, right? Well, for a lot of this energy, that's why I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, it feels like a veil's lifted, right? because a lot of the energy, and that's why the energy is saying, I can't believe my eyes. Why is the energy saying, I can't believe my eyes? Because this is a lot of the energy that's seeing, they're feeling their manifestation coming towards them in a way that they never expected. Because when we're moving towards a healthy manifestation, what do we say? We don't say to the universe, I demand this. We say, help me see it, right? Help me see it. And so this is the energy that says, I can hear some of this energy saying, I see it. Like I see it. Like I see they're right. And that's why it's like they're right in front of me. Like it's that type of energy being like, oh, like, and that's why I keep on seeing that energy, like opening their arms more because they couldn't see it before. Right. So well, for masculine and feminine energy and separation right now, this feels more profound, right? Because I just see a lot of this energy in separation. I keep hearing some of this energy say they looked like my manifestation, right? This is what I keep seeing that is happening right now for some of the energy and separation, looking at something from the past and saying, but that looked like everything that I energetically wanted. And what is the higher self saying? Did it feel like that? Did it feel like everything you wanted, or did it look like everything you wanted? Because those are different things, right? So those moments or those modalities, like this is how we heal. And that's why I see even now there's some of this energy, like it feels rough, it feels painful. But that's the energy that I told you even now. I see some energy in separation moving into an energetic grieving process because I almost see the energy saying it looked the way I thought it would, but it never felt the way I thought it should. And in that moment, they start to heal because they recognize what is the core of their manifestation as opposed to something that felt extraneous, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Four of Cups in combination to our Temperance card in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. There's a lot of karmic release that I see that's happening right now. And I need to point this out. I need to point this out, right? Karmic release does not mean you stop caring. What kind of world would it be? Do you think that there's really a healing journey where you go, it's great. I don't care about that person at all anymore. It's so great. I am so healed. I can't stand that person. Wow, really sounds like no. That's not a healing journey. Right? Like that's not a healing journey. What part of that feels like healing? No. Right? A healing journey. When we really heal, we understand, right? We hold space for hard truths. We navigate the things that we desire to see versus the things that were reality. And sometimes those moments, they can feel very bittersweet because we take acknowledgement for what was our portion of it versus something that we experienced. And that doesn't mean we walk a line, right? It doesn't mean that we look back and say, I sucked. Everything that ever happened sucked. And it was all my fault. God, I'm not worthy. No, we don't do that. We also don't come into that space of saying everybody else sucked. Everybody else sucked. I was perfect. Those are not correct things, right? those are the same problem. Do you see? That is the ego leading one into a direction, right? A good healing journey is one where we got notes, right? We got notes. We learn lessons. We work through them. And so I keep on seeing a lot of the energy in separation. Like I almost see that energy going through those notes. But that's beautiful, right? Because they're navigating the complication. They're looking at something in a way that they're looking at it in a way and they're moving it into a space. And I keep on seeing the energy say, I don't need to let go of it. I need to understand it. Because when we understand something, we release it, but we don't release it. We release it because we're not stuck on it. We're not trapped trying to figure out why, right? So I just see a lot of that energy here working on understanding the nature, right? I told you, what is the energy doing? You have to think of a karmic connection like a knot. And so what did I tell you that this energy is doing? Is this the energy trying to cut the cord? No, they're trying to untangle the knot. And that doesn't mean fixing it. That might not mean fixing, because again, and if someone else doesn't want to untangle a cord, anything you do, you can sit there and unravel it. They're going to mess it back up again, right? Like he's like, what are you going to do? You understand the nature of it. And I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that energy and separation that is ruminating over something, right? They're moving it through their hands or moving it through their fingers to understand the nature of it, not so that they can let go, but so they can carry it better as they continue forward, right? And that's what brings us to a lot of the energy right now that's coming into divine union. Because what did I say? Is this energy releasing stuff? They're letting go, but they're opening their arms, right? Their attention is going towards their intention, right? And so a lot of that energy saying, I'm ready. It's like when the moment they say they're ready, they're able to release the perception that may have felt like it was blocking their view, right? Because they're able to recognize that what feels right, and potentially even something that they were waiting to feel right but looked right, is now before them. And that's why I keep on seeing this energy saying, I can't open my arms big enough to hold everything that I'm feeling, because that's a lot of the energy that's navigating the joy and grief of that journey. While for masculine and feminine right now, deep within divine union, this is just to go to show you this stuff is not qualitative, because I see that the energy right now, deep within divine union, wants to put their head through a wall. But they want to put a head through the wall, like they want to put their own head through the wall, because this is a lot of the energy I told you, navigating, working in the space of trying to heal intimacy, right? Feeling, getting hard on themselves in the process. And what is the counterpart saying? Go easy. Go easier on yourself, right? Like that's that space of healing. And this is a lot of that energy I see even now, that they're working on a lot of this stuff in the past, potentially, that made them feel like they were less than worthy. Continuing to get clarificant. And this is why, because when we're in healthy partnership, what do we learn? We are always worthy. We come here worthy, right? We find connection and love in those who see that value and worth within us. Continuing to get clarification between temperance in its reversal in combination with our 7 of wands in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. Ace of Cups. It's there's a lot. I feel like there's a lot of compassion here. There's a lot of emotionality, right? And this is something that often needs to be worked through right now, because here's the thing. We when we are put in those spaces and we're told our feelings are not well, when we get put in those spaces where we're told that our feelings are not healthy, we start to try to have healthy feelings, right? And that's where we start getting all of this shame and things of that nature, where we feel like everything we're given is a gift, right? And the value of a gift is how we put it forth. And so I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy, I told you, this is having to deal with all of this excessive Pisces energy that's surrounding partnership right now. Because I see a lot of this energy right now. And I got to say this, there's some energy in separation right now that's making the intentional choice in being in separation. Why is the energy making the intentional choice of being in separation? Because this is the energy that's saying to themselves, I'm not ready. But they also, I told you, some of this energy has been going through a moment with their higher self, and they're like, the manifestation, they're right outside, aren't they? That person is for me. It's like the next person I see. It's like that's gonna, and that's why I keep on hearing the higher self say, take all the time you need. Like take all the time you need, because this is the energy that when they say they're not ready, do you understand? Do you see how they're not saying they're not ready because they feel that that was the only place that love could come through? This is some energy and separation that can feel the presence of the love that's waiting for them. This is some energy and separation that can feel the presence of the love that's waiting for them. And in that moment that they say, I am not ready, they've already arrived, because they can already feel the presence of the love that's waiting for them. And so they're even here. I told you, this is why the higher self is going, they're ready, right? Like it's whenever you're like, that's why the higher self is like, whenever you're ready, like, well, for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, a lot of this work that we see that is for the energy coming into divine union right now, I just want to like, the best way I can describe this is I told you, everything feels like it's making a lot more sense, right? Like everything feels like this is a lot of the energy going, like everything feels like, oh, like a lot of it making a lot more sense. Like, so a lot of that, I told you, like that's like that moment where we let go and we open our arms and go, like, it's like, oh, like, and so a little bit about that, like I told you, it's like there's a lot of excitement. So finding healthy ways to like, like don't get carried away is what I'm hearing right now, because like that space of excitement or working through that, like I just keep on seeing it, just it feels bubbly, it feels like elation. Well, for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, that's why I told you, like this is the energy that it's like it's more frustrating because this is the energy, and I gotta, because the best way to describe this is because like there's like it expands outwards. You understand? It expands outwards. So there's like a lot of this energy that I keep on seeing is trying to have a breakthrough in the self as it relates to seeing something in a different way or moving something into a different way, right? Like this is energy that's, I told you, it's like pardon our appearance kind of energy. It's renovation kind of energy, right? It's working on the self in such a way that you're reorganizing and either perceptions from the past or building into a relationship or articulating upon wounds of intimacy in ways that you haven't before. And it can feel, when we're doing that, it can feel very messy, but it's a good kind of messiness, because it's a messiness that you're like when you're building a new system, it often looks messy because you got to take everything out to put it back again, right? So there's a lot of that work that we're seeing here. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Wands in combination with our Ten of Swords and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Come on. Oh my gosh, pick. And here's the thing about, I was like expecting this card to come out. This is, I want to tell you, like, the thing about this energy that can be, and this is why I do not want you behaving from a place of like navigating from an annoyance point, right? Because when we are annoyed, right? We're reactive and annoyed, we do things, right? And you go, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Right? Right? Like, 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 oops, oh man, like, you know what I mean? Like when we don't, and frustration is not, is feeling like you don't have an ability to contain what one is feeling. So if you're feeling like that, I want you to take a breath. I don't, and I'm not saying, you can utilize frustration in beautiful ways. Like Uranus energy often feels like frustration. That's the difficulty with it. It feels like nails on a chalkboard. It feels like that energy. It's like, you know what I mean? And so that's why I said, even now, don't put it into a place that you're going to regret putting it. Okay. Don't let go of something right now because you're having, like, you're just feeling like that, that fire sale kind of energy. And then you're like, oh, I need it. I love that. Why did I do that? I was having, like, it's that type of stuff, right? Be like, you utilize it in a way that feels like it pushes something forward, doesn't like break something. Because I'm telling you right now, there's, just as this type of energy can be like in the midst of frustration, light bulb, whoop, 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 like that kind of thing. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Like it can also be like, what have I done? You know what I mean? Like, because when you pull at something so much because you're just annoyed, you ever do that? Like you just like pulling it. Like I told you, you can unravel the sweater with this type of energy, or you could find the common thread. Continuing to get clarification, between our 10 of swords in its reversal in combination with our king of wands in its upright. You see this? You see this? This is literally what I'm talking about here. Look at these cards. Look at these cards. You can unravel or you can find a common thread. Okay? Okay? One card to clarify, please. Yes, clarification coming through right now with the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. So make sure it's not, and again, it makes sure that you are intentional with the places that you're putting a lot of that energy right now. Because like like I'll put it this way, like when we are swinging around wildly, right? We can sometimes knock down a foundational pillar. That's like the best way I can describe this right now, right? When we're swinging around from a place of the ego, when we're swinging around from a place of frustration, when we're operating in that space of saying of doing something because it feels good to do it because we can knock down a pillar and bring everything like down in the process. So that space, but at the same time, when we are working in a space of being intentional and being energetically focused, when we can feel that frustration, sometimes it can move us into a space where we get out of our own way, right? Where we see something that we haven't seen before, where we land upon a moment that feels that unifies us, right? And so everything I keep seeing here, that for a lot of this energy, for the energy in separation right now, this is one and the same work. This is why I keep hearing a lot of this energy in separation that says, and I'm not ready to let go, right? And I'm going to tell you right now, it's having a different impact right now on masculine and feminine energy, because we're seeing here that I told you we haven't had court cards for a while now, but they're starting to pop back up. It's having the for feminine right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. This is almost a grieving process, right? This is almost the feminine energy being in that space of navigating and saying to themselves, it looked like whatever that was in the past that the one desired, saying it looked like everything I wanted it to be. But what is the higher self saying to the feminine? Did it feel the way that you wanted it to feel? Right? Things can look like our manifestations, but the question isn't whether they look like our manifestations. The question is whether they feel like our manifestations, right? A good manifestation is how you feel on the journey, not what it looks like, right? While for masculine energy, we see a lot of the masculine energy potentially working on these experiences of the past and saying, that wasn't me, right? When masculine isn't in a place of embracing the vulnerability, it's like you're walking around with this like fake person all the time. You're introducing everybody to this fake person. You're having people fall in love with the fake person. It feels like you've got a blanket over your eyes because everywhere you go, that's not me. I hear the energy going, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Right? That sense or space of moving towards someone and just changing and becoming adaptable, whatever they want to be, whatever they think you think they want. Right? And that's the energy of masculine saying, that may have been the thing I wanted, but it didn't feel like me inhabiting the space that I was to receive it. Right? What's the point of having something if you can't be in your authenticity as you experience it? So we see even now both of these energies doing that work. Look how close to each other they are in separation. They're like reflecting pools. And we like to see them in this way because they're counterparts, you see? They're both working on the same things. While for masculine and feminine energy, look at this. Counterparts, counterparts. This is my person. This is the energy going, there they are. And what did they have to do? Right? What did they have to do? This is why it feels bittersweet, because this is the energy that it feels when we come into alignment, it feels like coming home. When we come into alignment, it feels like coming home. We say, there you are, I've been looking for you. Because there's a lot of that energy of the feminine that works in that space of saying, I never felt at home in those past experiences. Here I feel at home. With you, I don't need to try. That's not the feminine that says I'm going to stop trying. Like that's the feminine that says I don't have to try to be something that I'm not, right? And for masculine, this is the masculine that says with you, I can be my authentic self. With you, we create that together. I told you these are warrior energies that are coming together right now. They're embodying the characteristic of the confidence and the courage it takes to move towards someone in that authenticity and the strength that we find as we do so. While for masculine and feminine energy deep within divine union right now, this is the energy like working on that breakthrough. For feminine right now, it's trying to bring something into tangibility. I see feminine trying to move this energy like tangible, tangible, tangible right now, doing more things tangibly, right? Remembering, like working in that, like potentially trying to, I keep on seeing a lot of energy right now of feminine trying to get very focused and really kind of like I want to say this is a lot of that like a lot of this space of letting go of what's not necessary is where some of this breakthrough is coming through, right? For masculine, it feels a lot more like trying to reach for an idea or reach for an ideal. But again, I remember this is together. Like, look at this. You see why this is magician energy? Why is this magician energy? We talked about this yesterday because what does the magician do, right? The magician reaches up and the magician holds down. So again, reaching up to the ideal, bringing it into reality does not mean changing everything in the process. It's working in harmony with the universe and saying, "Help me see the way to bring my dream into the reality, but not sully it on the way and not feel like the world around me sullies it in the process." So like again, like the two energies in counterpart become like magician energy because they're both working on the mutual lessons of trying to reach for the ideal and bring it into the point of tangibility. Continuing to get clarification between our Six of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Ace of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Five of Swords in its upright. Now, you know, the thing about this right now, and I'm telling you right now, like, now is not the time to be holding on to the past in bitter ways. I'm just going to put it like that. When we are bitter, we just block our blessings. When we are bitter, we block our blessings. And I don't mean that in the space of saying that one has to forgive everything. Okay. But the ability to, I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now working on healing. And I keep on seeing that, like, it's giving me a lot of that energy about remembering that bitterness is like it's a poison cup. Okay, bitterness is a poison cup, and then you drink it every day, right? Like it's a poison cup. You drink it every day. It doesn't do anything good. Makes you feel awful. And then you give it to those around you in the and like it's like it's and I keep on seeing that there's a lot of the energy in separation that is, and I'll put it this way. It's I'll put it the way I'm seeing it for the energy in separation is it's not about being bitter. It's about acknowledging why one holds on to something, right? And that when we're holding on to something that is important, we don't hold on to it because we're bitter about it. We hold on to it because we acknowledge, we honor our pain. I'll put it that way, right? There's a difference. Okay, we talk about this. We talk about the Sacred Heart, right? Why does the Sacred Heart have swords in it? Because a Sacred Heart is not bitter. A Sacred Heart is not a poison cup. A Sacred Heart is a heart that can make room to hold the pain that is necessary because pain contains wisdom. The pain we experience is wisdom because wisdom is a painful lesson, right? So being able to be, I see like a lot of this energy and separation is working through lessons of the Sacred Heart, trying to take something that they're holding in a place of bitterness and saying to themselves, help me find a way to carry this, that it does not hurt me, that it heals me. Help me find a way to carry this, that it becomes the lesson. It becomes that valuable force that I can prevent it from happening again and I can heal those around me with it. A lot of work we're seeing right now in Chiron, because Chiron is also a lot of work that we experience in relationality to Sacred Heart work, right? So there's a lot of this, it's emotional, and I can see a lot of this energy working through some unconscious feelings. Welcome to Aquarius. Aquarius is all about unconscious emotions that we may be carrying, being like, why am I getting so emotional about this? And I can hear the higher self going, because you've been carrying this for a really, really, really long time. And if you're carrying it that long, it's because there's something important within it, right? So I just keep on seeing that there's some of this energy working on some work in Chiron right now. It's not about the, like, I see this energy almost waiting to come into partnership. This isn't the energy that I told you. It's not about letting go. It's finding a way to carry it that doesn't hurt the self, right? That doesn't hurt those around you along the way. So I just see again that there's a lot of this energy saying the same thing, as the energy deep within divine union. And that's the energy in separation that says, I'm a mess. And what is the higher self saying to the energy that says, I'm a mess? Not to me, you aren't. To me, you're a work in progress. And everything I see that you're doing right now is beautiful, right? While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, I see that a lot of that energy coming into divine union right now. Like this is, it's sad. I told you, it hurts and it heals. It hurts and it heals. Right? That's what we call rapture. That's what rapture is. The pain that the pain that is energetic bliss. When we have those moments that feel like I don't have enough room to contain this, that is what energetic rapture is. I don't have the space to hold this. So I see that there's a lot of that energy experiencing that. And it feels profound, right? Because there's a lot of that energy that is feeling both the pain of letting go of what they expected their dream to be while opening their arms to what is ahead of them, right? And that's the energy that says, I don't need to let go of anything. I have room to hold everything. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into deep within divine union, this is why I keep seeing this energy trying to work through an energetic breakthrough point, right? I see a lot of this energy that's like like working through something in such a way and getting mad at themselves in the process. And what are the counterparts saying? They're like, go easy on yourself, right? Take the time you need. Don't like remember, like don't hold on so much to what you wish you could change. Remember that if you're holding on to regret, the beauty of reality is the place where we can make all of our regret have meaning, right? Forgiveness comes in the space of reality. Healing, the regret we hold, is always tangible to heal in the moment that we are existing, right? This is how we can heal those spaces. And it's hard work. But that's why I keep seeing that this energy deep within divine union is working through that frustration, because this is the energy that keeps asking themselves and saying, what could I do better? How could I do better? And the counterpart that says back to one another, you already are. Continuing clarification between our Ace of Cups in combination with our Nine of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Knight of Pentacles in its upright. Now, like there's a lot of this, I want to say that there's a lot of this work that we're seeing right now that like this is it's everything. The thing about this is we have to talk, it has to do with where Uranus is right now, because it really does feel a little bit like this nails on the chalkboard kind of energy. And so if you're feeling this in a certain way, I want you to hold compassion for how you're feeling. I don't put that force into places that feel like they are creating that don't feel like they're moving you in the direction that you aspire and desire them to, right? Because for a lot of this energy that I'm seeing right now in separation, like this is how we heal. We take that force and we move it into a place of meaning, right? Like that's why we talk about the fact that a healing journey is not one that you say, "Oh, I'm great now. It's great. I'm healed." Like I'm healed. Like what? It's calibration. Healing is calibration, right? We're always calibrating in that way. We don't do it perfectly. And so I see even now, I feel like there's a lot of this energy and separation that is healing by saying, I'm always going to feel this way. Yeah, yeah. It's not about feeling different, right? It's not about going back to the way that you felt before something happened. Why would you want to go back before something happened? Everything is a gift. Like working through that space, right? This is the energy. Like in the moment they say, what if I always feel this way? The higher self goes, we do. We just make room for it, right? That's what the higher self is saying to the energy in separation. Yeah, you're always going to feel this way. You're just going to make room for it. There's going to be other things that come in too. A healthy heart is not a heart that stops feeling. A healthy heart is a heart that makes room to feel more stuff, right? So there's a lot of this energy right now, and I kind of see, like, I feel like I see some energy in separation right now, working through that darkness, and they've got someone holding their hand, and I'm telling you right now, the person holding their hand, I can see the energy going, is this my divine counterpart or is this my higher self? And what is the energy saying? Yes. They're saying yes. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, I just keep on hearing, I feel like this energy, there you are, and I never could have expected this. There you are, and I never could have expected this. I let go of the dream, and there where the dream was standing before me. I let go, I stopped insisting, and there it was, right? Because when we insist on things, like this is that work, I told you, all this work, letting go of Capricorn, like Pluto and Capricorn into Pluto and Aquarius. Like the universe is always like, I'll tell you right now, the universe loves us. When we insist on something, what does the universe say? If you insist, right? If you want something the way you want it, you can have that manifestation. What's the universe going to say to you? If you insist, it's a shame though, because maybe the universe goes, I had to, nope. Working in that space, like again, recognizing, right, the difference between the manifestation that we hold on to for the wrong reasons versus what brings us closer to ourselves. The healthy manifestation is not what you get on the other side of it. The good manifestation is being the person that you desire to be on the journey of coming towards it. And so I see even now for a lot of that energy, that recognition, that understanding is where this expansion point is happening. Because that's why that energy says, I didn't let go of anything. I didn't let go of anything. I didn't stop feeling anything for anyone. I just threw my arms open to what is possible. And I let the feeling help me see it. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, deep within divine union, this is why this energy feels more frustrating because this is the energy that feels like they're pounding on the wall of themselves, trying to have a breakthrough, trying to bring an energetic ideal into reality. And it's hard because I keep on hearing that this energy is going new system, trying to find words for feelings that they haven't felt before, healing wounds of intimacy in the process. Continuing to get clarification here between our Nine of Swords in combination with our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Two of Pentacles in its reversal. It's hard. Like I told you, this is the thing about it right now. For a lot of the energy deep within divine union, it feels like trying to resolve feelings, right? Trying to take something complicated and bring it into form right now. I see that energy being like, oh, like try like put like you like I'm just like trying to push a lot of energy together, being like, ah, but it's hard, right? Because this is the energy that's like trying to land on an energetic solution in the self over something that may be difficult or may be shameful or maybe something that you've been trying to work through, right? So a lot of that work here, I feel like the beauty about this is again finding, and this is the, I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of this energy, if you're trying to force a breakthrough right now on something, go take a walk. Don't like, because when we get, I'm telling you, when we get so focused here, right, I'm telling you, the breakthrough is sometimes right before us with this type of energy, right? Sometimes we just need to get away from the problem for a minute to feel like that sense of the solution that comes to us. So, and again, especially if you're feeling energetically frustrated in divine union right now, also make sure that you're not inadvertently projecting it out to partner, right? Because I see that that's there a little bit too here. And we want to be very mindful of that as well. Because that sense or space, like I feel like a lot of that energy, like I see a lot of energy within divine union saying, I'm frustrated, not at you. And I see the energy being like, no, I understand. Right? Like that's like a lot of that grace that we give each other in healthy partnership, like trying to find productive ways of releasing frustration. Well, for masculine and feminine energy right now, coming into divine union, I just hear this energy like I just hear this energy singing like it's ridiculous. Like I hear them being like, "This is amazing." um, so be just be like again, find like I keep here like I feel like I just hear that this energy is. I mean, it feels really bittersweet because I keep on seeing this energy being like in the midst. I keep on hearing them go in the midst of this to find this like you know what I mean? Like it's a lot like this is not where I expected it to be kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like it feels out of place. And I see like even that adds to like the wackiness of the enormity of what they're feeling. I told you, warrior energy. Um, while for masculine and feminine energy, that is in separation. I keep on hearing that this is the message. This is the message the higher self is saying to the energy in separation. You don't need to let go of anything. You just need to find space to carry it. Imagine the solution is not waiting for the day you don't feel like this. The solution is embracing the fact that you may always feel like this, right? This is, I keep on hearing the energy say, this is how we always feel moving forward, but we make room for it, right? Like that's kind of what the higher self says, you know? It's not about going backwards. We never go back to how we feel. We always expand. And so this is the energy that says, you don't like, I can hear this. I can hear the energy saying to their higher self, how do I let go of this? And the higher self says, maybe you don't. You just make more room for it. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Swords in combination with our King of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. Page of Pentacles. Here comes all that pentacle energy I was waiting for. Here comes all that pentacle energy. You make room for it, right? You make room for it. Making room. We're making room. There's enough room. There's enough room, right? Is what I keep on hearing. Like I see a lot of this energy in separation. My heart has lots of room. Or the heart that's healing is the heart that learns to grow. When we're in a space of healing, it's not that we stop feeling anything about anyone. We don't let go of the past. Why would you let go of the past? We talk about this all the time. Why would you let go of the past? Why would you want to forget? Why would you want to forget anything that's happened to you? Those are the legs that carried you here. Those are the legs that carried you here. You make more space. You make more room. So I see a lot of this energy that's saying, I have the ability to hold this. I have the ability to hold how I'm feeling, and I've got room to feel this and feel something else in the process. Right? We make space. The heart that grows is the heart that's healing, and it's messy work, right? It's messy. It usually feels more complicated, but that complication is what is how we can tell that we're moving towards a healthy manifestation, because it doesn't require us to shut down parts of ourselves in the like, you know, like what, like, why would you stop feeling? Why would you ever say the solution is to stop feeling? The solution is never, the solution is never, ever to stop feeling. The solution is always to feel more, right? The solution is to feel more and to remember that you can feel this, but you can also feel that. There's enough room. There's always enough room in an open heart. Offer masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union. This is the energy that's going, I found a new, like I found, like the energy is going, it's so much bigger in here than I expected, right? Because this is the energy that recognizes and identifies that when we stop focusing on what we expect, when we say, what does the universe say? If you insist, I'll keep your eyes closed. But if you hold on to the things that are important and open your eyes, I will show you things beyond your wildest dreams. If you stop insisting and just concentrate on the things that are important, give me a chance to work with you. Maybe I'm about to show you something that's going to completely blow your mind. And so a lot of that energy is going, well, for masculine and feminine energy that is deep within divine union. I just see a lot of this energy deep within divine union that is getting getting very frustrated. Like it's again, I wish I could tell you, like it's more navigating. Like this is why I hear this energy in divine union saying, help me see. Help me see. Right? But this is the energy that says, help me see to myself. When we're what do we say to ourselves when we're trying to understand or work through a solution? Right? We say, help me see, because that's the space of saying, help me understand, like what feels like it'll move something in the direction that one ought to move it towards, right? Working in that space. And so I just keep on seeing that a lot of that energy, healing those wounds of intimacy, right? Potentially even articulating and sharing that with counterpart. Like those are those energies. Like when we build and heal in the space of intimacy, we talk about that intimacy because we love the counterpart that helps us see, right? Like that is the energy I see even now. Like look at these energies. Both, and if they're navigating through frustration on the journey, they're like, I'm right there with you every step of the way. I also feel like that. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Pentacles in combination with our Two of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Eight of Cups in its reversal. So, working through a lot of this here, I just keep seeing I want to say it's very bittersweet energy right now, right? Sweet, bitter, bittersweet. And a lot of that is, and that's why I keep saying, that's why I kept saying, like, the difficulty with a lot of the Aquarian energy is like wanting to just kind of go into an escapist fantasy realm. Be like, like just the desire to disassociate is always very strong. But like the thing about it is, I'm kind of getting that a lot of this, I mean, this is actually the benefit I'm getting. I'm actually getting the fact that the benefit with Pluto being in Aquarius is you can't escape you can't escape. Okay, so the benefit, so the thing is, like the escapist fantasy realm is not an energetic escape. Like it doesn't feel like it's if you feel like your escapist fantasy realm isn't hitting the way that it used to, like before we moved into Pluto in Aquarius, like that's because Pluto's in Aquarius now. Like Pluto is in the escapist fantasy realm. So it's like the bright, I mean, like you can't disassociate, because the disassociation, it's like I see like this is the energy that's like I can't I couldn't disassociate. Even if you tried to disassociate, you can't disassociate because like I just keep seeing that like that's what I meant about some of this. Like even when I try like even when you try to sleep right now, it feels like you're working because Pluto's in Aquarius now. So it's like that sense or space of like it requires being able to face things, right? Because, and we talked a lot about this. This is all to do. We got to talk a minute. We're going to talk 1 second. We're going to go back to the work that Aquarians often have to work through, right? Aquarians have this incredible talent of making emotions disappear. We've been talking about this. Like Aquarians are like, you want to see a magic trick? You know those feelings? Watch this. You want to see where'd the feelings go? I don't have any anymore. What are feelings? I can make them disappear, right? Because water bearers, they can absorb the water. Aquarians have an incredible way of, that's why like, like they can be like, I can make my emotions just like that. Look at that magic trip. And why this is why Pisces always have an issue with Aquarians in this way. Because Aquarian Pisces are like, oh, you've done it. What have you done? You foolish fool. What have you done? You foolish fool. What have you done? Why? Because Pisces know energy cannot be created nor destroyed. You just put the emotions in the most dangerous place possible. You just put them in the unconscious. You didn't make them disappear. They're in that closet of your unconscious. You just put all of the emotions in the thing that runs you. Like that's why the Pisces are like, you foolish fool, what have you done? You put the emotions in the control room. You put the emotions in the control room. You hid the emotions in the control room. Now they're in charge. You put and that's often what happens, is why sometimes Aquarians have these like breakdowns, right? Because you can't put, if you put the emotions in the control room, if you put them in the cloud, the emotions are going to the cloud. What happens? You can't control them. You don't have a healthy way of communicating them. They're running everything, and now you can't reach them. They're like gremlins. Like, what have you done? So that space, what does the healthy Pisces learn to do? Right? Because if not, what happens when you put too many emotions, when you put the water in the cloud, what happens with the water in the cloud? Downpour, places you don't want it, bad stuff, right? So the healthy Aquarian energy learns that it's not about the way that it's not about looking at emotions like a burden, but putting them in places that matter. Because when we align ideals with emotion, we become impenetrable. We become incredible, right? And so the healthy Aquarian energy learns not to disassociate from the emotions, but they learn to work with the emotions and to put them in the spaces to allow them to become the fuel for bringing their ideals into reality, right? So a lot of that work we're kind of experiencing right now across all of the frequencies. But again, it's having to navigate the frustration and saying that I told you, the indulgence of this new moon, which is, wouldn't it just be easier if I just turned this off and didn't think about it? Yeah, I'm sure it would. Wouldn't do anything. Why are you here? Right? No, no, no. We don't, right? We're not here to learn. We're not here to learn to turn things off. Well, sometimes we're here to learn. Everything we're given is a gift. So if you're feeling that right now, I don't want you to say, how do I stop feeling this? I want you to say to yourself, how can I use this in a way that feels like it moves me towards my manifestation? How can I take this and put this in a place that it feels like it helps? Right? And that's happening across all of the frequencies. That is how we heal. Continuing our final card between our Page of Pentacles in combination with our Ace of Cups in its reversal. One card clarify, please. Knight of Swords. And this is the hurdle, man. This is the thing. Listen, I'm just going to point this out. If you're feeling like you're on a roller coaster right now, all of this is happening in the midst of a Mars retrograde. And what is the lesson that's coming through right now in the Mars retrograde? Confidence is on vacation. Aries went on a little trip and they took all the confidence with him. And Aries ain't coming back until February 23rd. Okay. So, what we are effectively identifying here is again, remembering confidence and courage. Okay. Here we go. Look, confidence and courage are cousins. Okay. They look a lot alike. It's very easy. It's very easy to confuse them. They're never in the same place. They're never in the same place because you don't need courage when you have confidence. Courage is what you embody when you don't have surety. So that space of working through that, remembering that often when we have courage, having courage usually feels like you're a mess. Having courage usually feels like you're stepping into the breach. It feels like you're navigating uncertainty. Courage, you never have courage when you have confidence. You don't need it. And often, the energy that looks courageous is really just confident, right? And the energy that is truly courageous is the energy that pushes towards their fear, right? That remembering that and embody that right now. So if you're feeling uncertainty, hold that in a safe space and say, maybe this is what courage feels like, right? Because I can tell you right now, if you're saying, I'm not sure, but I'm moving in that direction because I know what's best for me, congratulations. That is courage. That feeling you're experiencing, that is what courage feels like. Congratulations. Bottom of the deck on today's reading, particularly with the Eight of Swords in its reversal. A lot of this, I'm going to say it again. This is just going to be your daily reminder. There's like the thing with some of this Uranus energy is like, it would feel so good. It's like we got to talk about it. Like when someone's annoying you, we're just going to go through this. When someone's annoying you, it feels so good to annoy back, right? It feels so good to just they're just walking into it. It's like I told you. It's like it's a lot of this. Like it would be so easy to pull that thread. It would be so easy to just, you know what I mean? But here's the thing, and listen to me across all of the frequencies right now. Okay, if someone is trying to provoke you, don't indulge them by matching energy, because when we come into a space that we say, no matter if we're provoked we can do anything, then we look for provocation points, right? We look for those spaces that move us off of our path work, right? So if you're feeling that from someone in right now across any of the frequencies, because it's very easy. I'm going to tell you right now, we've got all of this like Aquarian energy right now. The ability to project is profound, right? It's so much easier to want to point a finger. It's really easy to try to push something away from the self. Remember, don't let others like pushing you move you off of your own energetic integrity, right? Because when we navigate that space, right? When we say, oh, like you like I can do anything now because you did this, like like this is what moves us away from our aspirations, right? Because it's like a grappling match. It's like who goes lowest, right? Don't let someone come into that space. And again, if someone's in that way, if they're coming towards you in a way that doesn't make sense, ask the question. Don't just match them in their lack of sense, right? Because I'll tell you right now, this type of energy is beautiful for things coming together, for breaking ground, for new ideas, but it can just as easily move you like 10 steps back if you allow someone to you know, like bring you into a space of being like, "Oh, look." You know what I mean? Just recognize that. Don't and if you're having uncertainty as to why you're holding on to something, like why something is of value to you, I want you to remember the difference between Again, what does the ego say? Why am I holding on to this? Why is it important? Because it has to be that way. Why? Because I said so. Why? Because, right, because is not a reason, right? The higher self can always explain. The higher self always explains. And I'll tell you right now, the higher self never says, I'm afraid. The ego will always have a reason that says, I'm afraid of it being different. And the higher self always says, this is why, this is the reason, because it's important, because it means something fundamental and important. So let that sense of self guide you, even if you're navigating that uncertainty as to what you're holding on to. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading on my website, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my website. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hermit card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Wheel of Fortune card. I am so excited to teach this class. It might have to be two classes because there's a lot to go over. We are going to be focusing on the symbology of that card, the history of the card. I'm going to work you through the applications as to how you can read that card in any direction in your own spread. I'm also going to be showing you a unique spread that helps you channel the messages of the Wheel of Fortune into your own readings. And all you need to do if you would like to become a part of that class program is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access as a monthly subscriber to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot church journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes most effective going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or robust experience prevent you from joining our classes. You'll also, again, even if you don't and if you are a subscriber to my clock app or on the place where we keep the videos, make sure that you head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. Go ahead and introduce yourself, because there you will also find a special coupon code in the perk section that will give you an additional discount to that Substack subscription. Even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I post my weekly newsletter there, which will give you insights into my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. And I also want to let you guys know that and please as well, if you're going to join me across the social channels, I would encourage you to do so. The world is wacky right now. I want to make sure you guys know where to find me. But if you're going to follow me across the other channels, please make sure you do so via my tree that has links in it, as I am aware that there's a lot of accounts that pretend to be me. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal path work as well as their spiritual goals. These classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer now dream interpretation readings. Those can be purchased on an individual level, or if you'd like to move deeper into studying your dreams, you can purchase a dream reading package. That is package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly. I simply ask if you purchase that package to make sure that you start keeping a dream journal, as we will meet. And each time we meet, we will review your dreams and utilize the tarot to understand the key lessons that are coming through the tarot, coming through the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. Congratulations to Heather. You got our highest gifter today. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person routed for Crystal. You actually, just bear with me a minute. Crystal, you actually got second, so you will have an additional card pulled in your spread as well. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across the apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, just a reminder to those who are joining us on the Clock app, we are doing a contest right now. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We're already at 28.4K. Just bear with me a moment, and I'll read over some of the comments. And also, just a reminder, if you would like to see today's full spread, it will be up over on the place where we keep over on my Substack with the podcast. Perfect. Okay. All right. And welcome, Janice. I didn't want to lose them. I've endured 10 years. I need a moment to put my crown back on to process. You're right. I accepted moving through the weighted water. I do want to see them. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Janice. Everything that you're describing is a lot of what we're seeing here in the cards. And I would say, to a certain extent, I feel like a lot of what you're experiencing right now is what we would identify as shadow work. Like this is what we talk about when we talk about shadow work. It's facing our fear. It's facing those parts of ourselves that are hard to hold. It's finding the space to hold them. So make sure that you're doing so with grace and compassion for yourself on every step of that journey. I just want to heal. I've been to the fantasy avoiding realm, did no good. Aquarius sun here. There's no escaping reality. And I feel like a lot of this work may be coming through right now for those with the Aquarius placements, because the hurdle that may be happening right now for Aquarians is, that the ability to kind of move into an escapist fantasy realm might not be working in the same way because Pluto's in Aquarius now. So being able to kind of work in the space of addressing these things, this is how we heal. Straight hermit breakdown to breakthrough. Well, and again, when we talked a lot about this in our hermit class that we had last month. But that ability of finding solace within the energy of ourselves, this is also how we heal. Make sure that you're resting. I know you say that you don't have time or energy to stop. You have to remember to take care of yourself along the way. Yes. How do I know if it's me hanging on subconscious or if it's him? Here's the thing about it, right? And to be perfectly honest, like when I read for the guides, it doesn't really matter whether it's you or them, right? Like recognizing whether it's them or whether it's you, the ability that you heal for it is making space for it, you know? And I want you to remember, like, I think one of the things that can help you with some of the things you're describing right now is saying to yourself that you are safe to feel the things that you feel. Like you are safe in the house of your emotions and sending you support on that journey. Tarot astrology, if you're seeing it on my page, I used to do it. I'm hoping to do it again, where we go through each astrology sign and I read specifically for that sign. Thank you for finding us and joining us here, Janice. Thank you, Linda, for those likes. And Daman, thank you as well for joining us. Hi there, Hardy. I hope and the dreams I have are strong to continue. Sending you support, Hardy. Lilith also squared. Ah, thank you, Heather. I was wondering why Chiron was showing up. Lilith squared Chiron in Aries, which also squared with Mars. So yeah, so Chiron's helping us find Aries energy. Okay, that makes sense. I kept on, yeah, I kept Chiron's helping us find Aries right now because Aries is in retrograde. Chiron's like, he's right here, guys. He's right here. I found him. Riri, thank you for the likes. 15 degrees Aquarius rising here. Welcome, Andrea. I'm going to tell you right now, I feel like this could be very rough work for those with Aquarius placements right now. Because I almost hear something happening for the Aquarian energy being like, the escapist fantasy realm isn't working. The escapist fantasy realm isn't working. I've been lifting weights. My arms are sore and to be too sore to be open. Well, Dolores, honestly, like we're just seeing that like being able to ground some of this energy and like in physical activity is also a way that can help right now. Spiritual healer, thank you for the follow. Ms. Millie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Only, thank you for the follow. Good to see you today, Ms. Millie. Yeah, that's why I dance or color because I need to channel and ground the energy. It's all great ways to do that. Cool. Absolutely beautiful ways of doing that. High standards here, Capricorn Sun. Tap to claim, Andrea. And Prissy, thank you for the follow. Yes, and your Uranus is an Aquarius too. That'll like that. It's. I mean, like Aquarius is connected to that energy. So again, it's often that's why like not feeling that sense that reality spoils dreams. Remember, reality doesn't spoil dreams. Reality makes dreams a reality. Like, Carol, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And Haley, as is yours. That would be too much of a lie because I care. Continue to do so. Caring is always a solution. So confusing. Early on felt so good. Felt like there was the shift, such a different energy. Continue working through the confusion is going to help as well right now, Heather. I'm fixed. Hardy, I'm happy to read for you as always. If you'd like to get on the list is open. Sending you support on your journey. Insight I had recently was how my own anxiety likely played an important role in that shift. We navigate this too, right? Like we work on that. Like I need to point out, like anxiety is very difficult, right? Because anxiety is like bitterness that we hold to the future, right? Like it really is. It's like that space of feeling fear on something that hasn't happened yet. So we try to move that into excitement as is necessary. And pull the world card as you said that. Oh, even more. I mean, I haven't seen the world card out in a hot minute. I think actually, did I get it? I think we got it in its reversal a couple of days ago, but it hasn't been making much of an appearance right now. I was raised by my stepdad, and now I'm with my karmic. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Andrea. Just wanted my family back together. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Christina. That sounds extremely difficult. Thank you for confirmation, Riri. I can't be the villain in the story anymore. Let your intention guide you. Intention wins out. This hurts so much. This wishy-washy. Will he? Won't he? I know I need to surrender, and it hurts. You're already. I want you to say I want you to say you're already actively healing from it, CJ. And I want you to say to yourself, I prioritize energy that prioritizes me. Shared some energy, social media last night about how I can be patient. Continue to do that work, Heather. Annoyed is my POV this week. Honestly, like here's the thing, Ella, I'm telling you, a little bit of this energy right now is just like it's annoying and unnecessary. Like it feels very much like nails on a chalkboard. If you want to destroy my sweater, hold it. It really could. It's coming like again, but the same energy that can destroy a sweater can also find a common thread. Remember that right now. It's important. It's been a while since I've had a chance to join your live at this moment. What you're saying hit. I'm so glad that this message is helping you right now, Snelly. And heads up, creative, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Blessings to you as well, Jason. 111, tap to claim. Thank you for those hashtags, Riri. And Jane, thank you for the follow. Curtis, feel healed and you are healing and you are healed. The healing journey exists. You just have to open the door. Tap to claim, Curtis. I don't know how to be bitter. That's a gift. That's an absolute gift, Crystal. I always thought I was weird because I couldn't have hate in my heart for people. It's too much work. I mean, it's a gift to feel that way, you know? I would be curious where your Leo placements are because it's hard for Leos to hold bitterness either. You tell it so beautiful. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate you and thank you for being here, receiving these messages. It's a strong energy. We just came out of like a massive 6 planet alignment. So it's turning towards the difficulty, right? Yes, I need a safe word for this reading, Mab. So good to see you, dear. I hope I'm sending you so much support and I was thinking about you today. I hope things are going well, dear. And Chrissy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I just want to live in love and peace and happiness. I don't like drama. Everyone has issues in different ways. Listen, like honor your peace. And remember, look, healthy energy honors each other's journey. That's why we say like healthy, like when we like following our bliss is often protecting our bliss through grit, like protecting our peace through gritted teeth. And thank you, Curtis, for the follow. Thank you for that key, Katie. Thank you for confirmation, Crystal and Allison. Shadow work, absolutely. Lessons and blessings, tap to claim. Just getting ready for the next higher mountain. Always, always. And honestly, thank you for the follow. Samaru, thank you for sharing the live. A couple days ago, I felt maybe something might be getting closer. And we'll continue to move towards intentionality. Like I told you, like when you're navigating some of this, I told you, like the thing with like the confidence that's going up and down right now, like you can have those like feelings of anticipation and dread. Like that's the thing with this, like when like the Mars retrograde, it's like waves of anticipation, dread, right? You know that there's got to be a midpoint that is equal. So keep on building into like looking at the horizon as you navigate those feelings. Thank you for those hashtags, Riri. I got very anxious with energy of am I enough? You are always enough. You are always enough. Start right there, right? And I want you to ask yourself instead when you say I am enough, say what's the method of comparison that you're comparing yourself to, right? It begs a question, what's your method of comparison that you're comparing yourself to? On that yellow brick road heading to blessings and bliss, tap to claim. Feel like the whole process has been teaching me lessons to understand counterparts POV. This is what we do on Healthy Journeys. We understand each other's point of view. We come into deeper understanding, and we change in the process. You're doing that work, Rainbow. Tate, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for those hearts, Riri. And Reply, thank you for the follow. Thank you. I needed to hear that. You're so welcome, Haley. And Claude, thank you for the follow. Paul, thank you for the follow. I won't forget. I look back and I realize I earned them back. I earned them back. I'm no longer a victim. I'm a victor. Continue to do that work, right? We are always moving towards. We don't want to approach the world from a victim mindset because when we look for hurt in the world, it's too easy to feel hurt constantly, right? And that doesn't mean that we don't acknowledge things that have hurt us, but we don't look at the world in the position of feeling like the energetic victim to it. And yet, Yisak, thank you for the follow. I didn't let my past take me out and learn to grow, and here I am. Continue to do that work. And Rainbow feels so much. It is this person who I'm connected, and despite disconnection challenges, idea of letting go of a particular person. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I want you to think of it at all. Like, you can honor how you feel about someone and still proceed forward, right? By honoring what that connection is and how you feel about them. Just because it's not the way that you aspire it to be doesn't mean that there isn't beauty in what you carry from other. It does not feel right to me when it's this person who I feel connected with. I completely understand. But this is why I saw that a lot of the energy and separation right now is looking at the nature of a connection to understand it better, to be able to move forward. Hi there, Jacqueline. How are you doing? Babe, the way he texted me right when you were talking about the magic trick. Jess, I love it. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Are they Aquarian? That'd be even more amazing. Because here's the thing, Aquarians are like, I love the fact that Aquarians often don't believe in magic, but they're profoundly intuitive. Like the feels disappeared instantly. Thank you, Riri. And Miranda, thank you for sharing the live. That is interesting. Feel the emotions and swim through them. I love how you put that, Heather. Definitely call your sister, Bobby. Just wanted to say hi. How you doing today, Kat? Oh, sorry. I'll stop, ma'am. Help me. Again, Hardy, I'm willing to read for you anytime you'd like. Happy to read for you. Always here. All you have to do is send the donation. You'll be added to the list. Kat, I'm happy to read for that as well. Addie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I have confidence and courage. There you go. Tap to claim, Hardy. Don't worry. Once we get done with the Mars retrograde, we have Venus retrograde. I think didn't the Venus retrograde already start? I think it already started. Maybe I could be wrong about that. Mercury retrograde during Venus retrograde. Oh gosh, it's gonna be great. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh God, Heather, don't tell me that. I love it, Jess. Look, we can prepare for these things. It's always something. And thank you as well. Four-armed. I like that. Yeah, we're four-armed. Thank you. You're so welcome, Hardy. Thank you for confirmation, Jess. Okay, confession. I may have done a little bit of poking someone recently. I'm telling, it feel like, here's the thing, like, that you have to be wary of it because it's like it feels good. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, a lot of this Aquarian energy, it's like it feels good. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it feels good. You know? I also made a resolution to be more of a menace in 2000. You can be a menace in positive ways. Okay? Like, you can be like, put that in a good space. Like, good trouble, good trouble. Don't let your triggers bully you. You're so welcome. I want to avoid the situation that we see here, which is someone being like, if you want to bring me a problem, I could be the whole problem. Like, that's what we want to avoid. Like, I could be the whole problem. You're so welcome, Cool. You're so welcome, Bobby. You're so welcome, Pocket. You're so welcome, Snelly. You're so welcome, Heather. Hi there, Yeshua. Who needed assistance? Oh, welcome, Pocket. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for your wisdom. You're so welcome, Crystal. I'm trying to figure out the movements. I think Uranus shift is going to be something. It's, like, it's always something. It's gonna. I always feel like a Uranus shift is usually really annoying. Like, you know what I mean? You're so welcome, Anne. And thank you, Pocket, for those bees. Hi there, Mab. Student here. My tarot practice has gotten so much richer and more nuanced since I started working with Sin. Thank you so much. And guys, make sure that you give Mabs a follow. Absolutely incredibly talented reader and just a beautiful person. So good to see you today, dear. You're so welcome, Crystal. Oh, I lost my spot. Bear with me a minute. Addison, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I've got Uranus and Jupiter in Aquarius. But that's beautiful energy though, because it's all in the realm of ideals. You know? You're very you like working through ideals or being very idealistic, right? Aquarian energy is absolutely beautiful in the space of ideal. The difficulty that often Aquarian energy has to navigate, this could be like a little bit of the challenge space with Jupiter and Aquarius, is like making sure that you're insisting on things that are fundamental to ideal, and not insisting on things that are more the way you envision it, instead of bringing the ideal into reality. So this could be a lot of work that you're doing right now in this space right now, Alexandra. Yep, both in the fourth house. And Conchita, thank you for sharing the live. Feeling instability. Well, you have to remember, like, listen, and I think that like the major message for someone with Aquarius in those placements is remembering the ideal is the ideal because it's always out of reach. and making sure that you're not holding yourself to too high of a standard or holding others to impossible standards, right? Trying to come back to myself and allow myself the space to sit and be confident in me. Continue to do that work, Chrissy. And there's a lot of this like work right now in that space. I need someone to actually read my birth chart. I might ask for my main reader. Yeah, I always point out I am not an astrology reader. I read it's hard to explain. I get the messages for astrology in the cards, and then I usually have to check it. I don't I don't look at the chart. I read the cards and then I check what I'm reading in the cards to figure out what's going on astrologically. So I mean, like if that I will point you in the direction of talented astrologers. I don't read astrology. And Addie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I like to view things from a weird perspective and then remember who I am in the 3D. Well, yeah, I mean, like that sounds like, yeah, that sounds like you're in connection with your like your higher self to some degree. Um, any message, happy to read for you, Jai, if you'd like to get on the list, and thank you for the follow. We're in pre-shadow of the Venus. Oh, we're in the pre-shadow of the Venus retrograde. Okay. Insight, I heard. Insight, I heard to reflect on what was going on in early 2017 for Venus retrograde. That makes a lot of sense here. That also makes a lot of sense because we've been seeing sevens coming out like crazy right now in these readings. Yesterday we had 4 sevens on the table. We still have seven energy here, though I don't see a particular number standing out today. It feels more again, it feels more like processing energy today. Oh my gosh, that's my resolution too. Thank you for also receiving this message, Melanie. For me, that was heavily putting, hold on a minute. For me, that was heavily putting aside my own needs for someone else's. I mean, as long as we're conscientious in doing that, you know, it's everything is has to do with choice and intention, right? And as long as another person's aware that you're doing that, you know what I mean? It shouldn't feel like something that's required of you to maintain a connection, you know? Hi there. Hi. How are you doing? All right. Yes. All right. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. As I mentioned, you will be the fourth person read for. I will also stress I'm keeping the list very short today. So if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. If you would like to secure a spot on the list for today. Also, for those joining us, we're at 32.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. We see there's a lot of work right now we're seeing high in relationality to working in the space of bringing ideals into reality. It's messy stuff. And like a lot of this right now, being intentional and not being reactive in the process. Hi there, Hotch. How are you doing? Maria, I'm not sure what you mean by that, Conchita. Um, if you'd like to get on the list, I'm happy to read for you. Are you asking about a reading on a person? And right now we are going to get started on personal readings. The first person we're reading for today is Billy. Billy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. Again, Conchita, I'm afraid I don't know who those individuals are that you're mentioning. But if you would like a reading, I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. Second call right now for Billy. Second call right now for Billy. Billy, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? If not, we will continue on the list right now. Second person on the list for today is Rainbow Heather. Rainbow Heather, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the third person read for. Hi there, Rainbow. How are you doing today? And for those who are joining us across the other channels, if you would like to get on the list for today, you can also get on the list. All you need to do is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can be added to the list. Thank you, Eva, for the follow. Good to see you today. Heather, I'm still waiting for your question to come through. So if you posted the question, you may need to put the question up again because I haven't seen it appear yet. And for anyone who's joining us who missed the daily collective read, it will be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on Sub. Wondering about insights on counterpart I might not understand. Absolutely. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for Heather, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit in relation to that energetic connection. Is there just one person here? Because I see something here. Um, there's I keep on seeing someone that's navigating a circumstance or situation where there's trepidation. Um, all right, I'm gonna tell you a little about um, what I'm seeing in relationality to an individual because everything I see someone that is working on making some kind of changes. Like there's a lot of this energy here. Um, and I just keep seeing that like I don't know why it almost feels like someone who's battling with themselves, you know? Trying to control urges or trying to control tendencies. Um, and I keep on hearing someone say, I just have to be really careful right now, you know? Like I almost see someone keeps on saying, I just have to be really careful right now because it's almost like someone that's acknowledging the fact that they're easily triggered. Um, I would be like, I would be very curious where someone's Virgo placements are. Um, because everything I keep seeing here, it almost feels like someone that like tries to put themselves into a state of denial, you know? Like it's giving me a little bit of this energy of like protect me from what I want kind of thing. Like that's why I was seeing um like a like some kind of Virgo energy here because it really does feel like it almost seems like there's someone here who like is navigating like kind of feelings of shame, right? Like some kind of like working through like some kind of feelings of like shame for like how they feel about things or the things that they or the things that they like the things that they communicate, you know? Like I keep on hearing someone say like I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? Um but I can see the fact like it almost feels like I almost feel like a situation of someone like apologizing for something and you saying and I wish you didn't apologize for it because I that was something that was one it wasn't something that you should like I hear you say like I almost hear you saying something why are you apologizing for something that was good, you know, because like they haven't released some shame, like there's something about them like working that space it feels like someone saying like, I need to stop doing something. Instead of like I keep on getting instead of embracing, like I keep on saying like that, like that's the hurdle. Like I hear their higher self saying it's not that they need to stop. It's like they need to embrace the fact that they feel a certain way, right? Because if until they can embrace it, they're gonna feel energetically shamed about it, and then they're gonna look at like, and I need to point this out, when we haven't embraced the things that we like, who we are, like this is what's so important about embracing the like embracing ourselves and understanding ourselves, because when we don't embrace and understand ourselves, then we look at things and we project that outwards, and we look at everything as temptation, right? Like it's so much easier to look at the world as constantly tempting us to be the things that we're like that we feel shame towards. It's giving me like, and I keep on seeing that this is someone who has a very complicated relationship with their passion. Like it feels like something that they're trying to control. It feels like something that they're trying to like cut themselves off from. They're like, everything would be fine. I just need to stop feeling this way. Right. But that in itself is where like that's, and I see their guides being like, that's where the healing needs to be. Like that is, there it is, like there it is, because they're not in that space of loving themselves, right? I can hear someone that says, I hate that part of myself, right? And it's in that moment that I see it being like, there, like whatever they were about to say. I feel like they say something, there's another part of that sentence, but that they're saying that is the issue. It's the moment they say, I hate that part of myself. That, and I keep on hearing them say, and then they fill in the predicate, right? It's that is what's been causing some kind of hurdle energetically in this person, because it keeps on feeling like I keep on, and because I feel like that every time they do something that is good, they apologize for doing something that felt like it was in alignment with them, and then they retreat away from it. Like it does feel like someone that's trying to like, it almost feels like someone that's trying to like compartmentalize or balance between who they are on the outside versus who they are on the inside, right? Like they haven't done, they need to do more work in some way, in remembering like it's not about pulling them apart, it's about bringing them closer together. um Bottom of the deck on this reading, I feel like this is someone who's still judging themselves on someone else's opinion of them. you know I see some kind of energy here that still puts a lot of like, it almost feels difficult because I almost see someone who's like, they don't care about someone. I was doing a reading yesterday that was similar to this. Someone who doesn't care about someone but still worries about what someone thinks, right? Like it's not that they necessarily like they have a problem with this person, but at the same time they don't realize that they're still under the yoke of their expectations for them. You know what I mean? It feels like they're navigating some feelings of unworthiness. It feels like they're navigating some feelings of trying to meet another person's expectations. And that's typically why when I see someone who's navigating shame, it's like, yeah, I have to remove this part. I have to prune this part of me. I have to prune this part out of me, right? Like I have to prune this part out of me because somebody told me that it was wrong for me to feel that way, or somebody told me that that was like the negative thing. Um, I just keep seeing that there's someone here who's like they're going through a lot of issues about feeling anxiety as it relates to being in their authenticity. And I keep on hearing someone say, I can't just be like you. I can't just do it the way you do. And I can see, I almost see you saying, but why not? Like, what's stopping you? Because it really feels to me like They put too much, I keep on hearing they put too much weight on other people's eyes, you know? They put too much weight on other people's on other people's eyes. They're worried too much about, like, how others think upon them. And it's like, I feel like the minute they embrace them, it's like there's a possibility here for them to heal that. But they have to first come into that space of saying that there's nothing that's within them that isn't a gift, right? Like everything that's there, it's not like when everything's a gift, it's not like something's in us that's wrong. I just see someone that has to learn how to embrace themselves and say, because it feels to me like that's what I mean. Like, I keep on hearing someone saying, I want to. Like, I see someone being like, I want to move towards you, but I can't because it's wrong that I want to. And that's because, and like that, and then like that's why they like look at it like in that space. It creates impossible situations because every time someone moves towards you in that way, they don't look at it as a joy. They look at it as them succumbing to a temptation, right? So just be mindful if that's occurring, because make sure that they're not projecting that onto you. Make sure they recognize that that has more to do with them not accepting what it is that they feel, right? Like that's why that word temptation is so faulty. Because when someone says temptation, what they're really saying is like, I want a reason to feel like what I'm drawn towards isn't something that I actually want, right? It's like that is them projecting it outwards if something is coming through in that way. So just make sure that someone's not looking at a relationship like that. Okay? Because that is a sign, like that is not something that you can fix. That is something that often amplifies if someone isn't recognizing that they're doing that. I want to thank you so much, Heather, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. I'm still looking for Billy. Billy, if you're here, if you can respond in all caps, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. We're also at 36.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And the next person on the list is Crystal. Crystal, if you're here, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of Heather's comments from their reading. Oh, come on a minute. Hold on. The app is being weird. All right. Oh, there we go. It's back. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today, dear. And Gloria, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You said just one person. Can you explain more? Well, that's the only thing I would be conscientious of. Again, if you're not, like, I see someone that's like struggling with how they feel about you, right? Like, and it feels like it feels a little bit like catch 22 energy, because it's like the energy of being like I keep on hearing on the fence in some way. She puts problems in a box under the bed mentally. Thank you, South Node Virgo. Okay, and sick. Okay, thank you for confirming. Moon Lilith, Juno and Virgo. Got it. Thank you, Anne. That makes sense. Anytime emotions get powerful, they've led to pushing away. Yeah, because that's the thing about it. Like, I keep on seeing someone saying, I shouldn't feel like this. I shouldn't feel too much. This is like, like they have to learn how to embrace their feelings, not like running away from them when they start to feel them. Like everything I keep seeing here is I feel like there's someone here who's like eh, they're worried. Like there's deep worry about building a connection here, but like it feels like the worry itself is what's becoming um like the blocker, because like it's like they feel a lot, they run away, like, and then when they're away they want to come closer. It's like it's someone who's like can't figure out how much of a distance they want between you and them. Wish we could just work on healing and holding space for each other. Well, this is the thing about, like, this is when I see something like this, like, the thing about this is you have to kind of say to someone like, I can't, like, it feels very one-sided. Like the a healthy partnership is one that we build consistency, right? And it gives me a little bit of energy of someone who, you know, when they're feeling low, they're coming towards you, right? Like when they're feeling vulnerable, like that's what needs to be avoided here, is having to say to someone like, look, consistent or not at all. Because the hurdle about this isn't the fact that I don't see them coming towards you, but it doesn't feel like it's energetically consistent. It feels like it's when they're feeling vulnerable, you know? I mean, there are issues as well. I'm working on healing my own shame. Okay, so I see a lot of like there's a lot of this that I'm seeing here. And making sure that you're not triggering each other, you know, because like that, make sure that you're talking about what it is that you actually want on the long term. Because there's I see one person here who's very secure in terms of what they want, and I see someone else who's not, and who's not exactly as sure. I'm watching a video series right now on feelings of unworthiness and also dealing with the challenges of authenticity. So this is very much about me. Well, I feel like there is something here about you guys mirroring each other. I'm so unclear as to what is going on in their life right now, and that makes it hard to know. I feel like they're unclear as well. Like I see someone going through a period where there's a lot of uncertainty, like as to what it is that they want. And I need to point this out, like if someone doesn't know what they want, they're never going to be able to tell us what they want with us, right? Like that is what occurs. Like if someone does not have clarity in terms of what it is, they're 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 not going to be able to build a framework in terms of what they can build with us, because they're so open ended. Hold on a moment, just reading over. And that's the thing. I see one person here actively working on them. I feel another energy that feels more like they're trying to avoid it. You know, it can lead to feelings of not being sure if things can work out, if feelings are okay. I'm trying to accept that my feelings are okay. I mean, your feelings are okay, but remember, it's never the work of one to be able to heal something like that. It needs to be the work of two. Because if not, and that's what I was saying, to try to avoid, like, you want to avoid a situation where you're doing all of the work to fix something and they're doing all the work to, like, like they're just avoiding it, because it can build an unbalanced relationship in the process. All right, absolutely happy to do a general for you, Crystal. Situation feels like a mirror in many ways. I mean, the one thing I will say though, I mean, there's mirroring that's occurring, but I see you staying more grounded in it. Like I see one energy here trying to do the heavy lifting. So just make sure that you're not taking on the work of two. And Ms. Millie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. You're so welcome. When I try to share what I want in the long term, it seems that's my point. If talking about what you want drives someone away from you, that in itself is the red flag, because healthy connection will always be able to have those conversations. But if someone's navigating a place of uncertainty and they withdraw, like that's what I meant about not necessarily feeling like that's not something that you can fix. That's something that you're experiencing, right? Like that is something that's saying to you, like, it shouldn't be require you to, like, every time you try to have a conversation with someone, they pull away, because and that's like a relationship says, if you try to do this, like that, this is what you can expect. Hi there, honeybees. And Mana, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We don't have direct communication and efforts to ask for that go unanswered. Well, again, it sounds to me like there's something that feels like you are not the hospital for someone else's insecurities. Make sure someone's not just reaching out to you when they're insecure. A healthy connection is one that prioritizes and builds from a point of consistency, you know, because I feel like there's something about that, like, any of that disparity, like, it should not make you feel like you're someone's weakness, right? They should come towards you when they're feeling strong, not when they're feeling weak. Thank you again, Heather, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being this. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 27, 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. All right, we're doing a general right now for Crystal. 1 card for Crystal. Thank you for those gifts during the collective. I'm happy to pull a card for you. Also, thank you, Lindsay, for getting on the list. You'll be the 2nd person read for. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Also, I want to let you guys know we're at 38.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. We're also keeping the list very short today, so if you'd like to get on the list, I encourage you to do so sooner rather than later if you'd like to secure that spot on the list. And if you're joining us across the other channels, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in the Lio. All right. Resonated for sure. I feel insecure about how I communicate my needs, and so I go silent a lot. I mean, listen, I think going silent is okay. If we, like, if we have difficulty communicating emotions, it's fine. But we can also give clarity on when we go silent. Like, we can be aware of what our, like, of our silence, right? I get that it can be so hard to communicate needs always. All right, so we're reading right now, general right now for Crystal. 1 card for Crystal, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Here's the thing, like, something about this energy right now, it really does feel like bottom of the barrel kind of energy. There's a lot, like, it's a lot of this energy that, like, being hard on the self, feeling very hard on the self. Remember that you are worthy. And if you feel like you have flaws, I want you to concentrate on doing that work of recognizing and turning those flaws into facets. Um, like perfectly imperfect kind of energy. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, healthy partnership, healthy, healthy manifestation does not require perfection. It requires self-awareness. Self-awareness is perfection, because our own ability to identify what it is that we want, what it is that we're working on. I don't want you to I don't want you to worry so much about perfection. I want you to appreciate, like, the gift of being, like, self-aware is often feeling like you're imperfect, but that's what makes you perfect, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Next person on the list right now is Lindsay. I'm also still looking for Billy. Billy or Lindsay, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. For anyone asking for 1 cards, please, we're not doing the 1 cards yet. All right, but thank you guys. I appreciate your excitement for one cards. All right, Lindsay, highest priority messages from spirit for Lindsay, please. It's okay, no worries, Miss Millie. No worries. All right, just bear with me a moment, please. All right, just looking for the offer. Let me just put the offer in again before we get started. And just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today. I will be posting it. It'll be up on the place where we post the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up over on, if you prefer to catch it as a podcast, it'll be up on my spot at Tarot Church, or it'll also be available on my Substack. There we go. Sorry, it's always difficult for me to type and talk. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. All right, highest party messages right now for Lindsay. And thank you so much for being a subscriber. You'll get 4 cards. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Lindsay? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. All right. So, hmm, I feel like there's something. Um, I have to stress this right now. Um, like there's a really strong message from Spirit that's coming through to remind you that you are not alone. You are not alone. Like it's coming. It's like I just keep on hearing this coming through over and over, just reminding you you are not alone right now. Um, and it feels really difficult because you know I feel like there is some kind of energy that you're navigating right now that feels really isolating. You know, it feels very much. It almost feels like I almost see like some kind of situation um, that you know you. It has to do with choices. Like it's interesting too because like I see a situation where you are very good at making choices. Like you know what it is that one needs to do, but the difficulty is having a bunch of energy that both like and I'll point this out. Okay, I need to say this like you need to say this like with your chest to people. If someone's not willing to help you, if someone is not actively helping you, then they are not then their opinion about your choices it does not matter. Like does not matter because everybody's got opinions, but opinions don't matter. How like I see a space that like if someone else isn't whether like willing to help you navigate something, they don't get a choice in it. You know, they don't get to armchair quarterback your life. They don't get to stand on the sidelines and tell you that you're doing something wrong, but also being in a space that they're not helping you. You don't get to have both. Like if you're not actively engaged in assisting another person, like their opinion, it's like it's the best of both worlds, right? Because what they're effectively like, it's like recognize someone who makes it their business just telling you like how wrong a decision is, but also not being there to support you in any way, shape, or form. Because it feels to me like this is not a situation that you have to get better on beyond protecting your boundaries more and avoiding energy that's like that. When you see someone like that, steer clear of them. Steer clear. You don't convince yourself. Don't feel like you need to prove yourself. Recognize like that is like I want to point out it's limbo energy. Okay? It's a type of energy that you can't depend on, but will always tell you that you're doing the wrong thing. Just avoid you gotta avoid you avoid it. Sometimes I gotta tell you right now, healing does not mean that you have to accept anything. Healing is very frequently about avoiding things that are like that do not serve you. And when I say do not serve you, I don't mean things that you don't like. I mean recognizing the qualities and characteristics that do not bring something positive into being. And so if there's some kind of energy here that is quick to judge, quick to poke holes, poke you, quick to criticize, and then says, but I'm doing it because I care. I'm doing it because that's not love. That's not care. Telling someone constantly how they're doing something wrong is not love. I'm going to tell you again. Telling someone how they're doing something wrong is not love. Love is helping them figure out what the right thing to do is. Love is saying, how can I help? Love is saying, what do you need? What do you need to be supported in this moment? Right? And they're saying right now, don't get them confused because this feels more like someone being in that space of, and I'll point out typically when someone's always like you're doing it wrong, what they really want is they want you doing something that serves them, right? Like when someone says you're doing it wrong, anything that doesn't serve them is going to be the thing that's wrong. So just be mindful of that because they're saying even now I feel like you're 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 holding yourself to and I'll point out typically the energy that's always telling others that they're doing something wrong, they're usually miserable. They're usually in a place of misery. So if you're seeing that, I want you to really look at the person saying it before you take it personally. Because everything I keep seeing is it feels like someone that is trying to project their misery onto you. So yeah, it's like if someone's miserable and they see you moving towards your joy, they're going to say that you're doing something wrong because they're not joyful. Like, like it feels a lot like, and it's giving me like your guides are like, you don't need to listen. Like, you don't need to wait. You don't need to expend your breath on someone who, and this is what we talk about. Like, this is why we don't work in that space of feeling like we're constantly victims, right? Because when we're in that, and it doesn't mean that we don't experience hurt, but when we're in that space that we feel like everything, like when we're in that space of constantly feeling like the world is not, um, like the world is not, like the world is out to get us, we usually become the force that is like I see this person that like what I feel like you trigger someone. That's like basically what I'm getting in this reading. Recognize when you trigger someone, right? Recognize when someone's saying something to you, not because it's not the right thing to do, but if they're like, if I can't do it, nobody can. If I got to be miserable, everybody's got to be miserable, right? Um, and when you see someone in that space, don't match them. They're saying like, I feel like your guides are saying this to you to help you see the pain that someone has to be in to treat another person like that. Doesn't mean you have to accept it, but it helps It helps understand it better. Bottom of the deck on this reading, you know, sometimes I got to say this, you know, not, not, not everything, I need to point this out. We often confuse this. Being in a healthy space does not mean that you just tolerate everything, right? Being in a healthy space is often saying, listen, with all due respect, you can't treat me that way, right? Being in a healthy space is honoring the fact that you are a sacred space. I want you to think about it like that. I want you to say to yourself, if you're feeling like this or you're navigating this with someone, I am a sacred space. And what do you, and it's hard, if it's hard for you to stand up for yourself, I want you to think to yourself and say, how would you treat a sacred space? Are they treating a sacred space the way that I feel needs to be, like, needs to be navigated, right? Let that be the, like, let that be the way that you kind of articulate something that someone is giving you that you feel is not right, right? Like, let that fortify you. Let that be the way that you articulate it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lindsay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. Please keep in mind there are two things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We are going to continue right now. I'm still looking for Billy. If Billy's not here, we will continue forward. I will open it up to one card readings for subscribers right now. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit my name at the top of the screen and hit that subscribe button. Also, for those joining us over on the Clock app, we are at 44.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure that you're tapping that screen. Also, for those who are putting their, those who are subscribers, I know we're having some issues right now on the app as it relates to being able to re-up the subscriptions and gifts. You can go to TikTok/gifts, and you should be able to do it on a desktop. Or if you're having an issue and that's not working, if you head over to the place where I keep my videos, you can become a member there, and your membership entitles you to the same benefits of a free card and the same benefits that you have on the Clock app. I'm going to take a minute to, if anyone would like a full reading right now, you can also get on the list. You will be the next person read for. All right, just bear with me a moment. Thank you for that crown. All right, just bear with me a moment. I'm always amazed you can read and talk. Thank you. I do my best, Miss Millie. The sun was out. It was so pretty. Now I'm suddenly blindly optimistic. Glad to hear that, Chrissy. Thank you as well, Anne. Facts, their opinions don't matter. Being critical from a glass mansion. I mean, that's like, that's, you can't stand on the sidelines. You don't get to stand. You don't get to armchair quarterback like that. You don't get to stand. You don't get to stand there and watch and be like, you either you get your hands dirty, or you don't get to say, if you're not playing, you don't get to say how to play. Like, like, if you're not deep in it, you don't get to say. Yep. Love that message. Healing is just as much about avoiding and not accepting what isn't for you. It's in, like, honestly, most of it is that. And that doesn't mean, like, look, that doesn't mean that you, like, look, that we had to talk about this. Don't misunderstand me. That doesn't mean we put blinders on, right? That doesn't mean that we earmuff. But we recognize that our energy is a gift, and we put it towards the things that feel like they're deserving of it. Such a hopeful message. Can't take it personally because they genuinely are at a different place. And I'll tell you right now that if you give distance to an energy like that, the day will come. The day comes, they'll be the first to apologize for it, right? They'll be the first. They'll be the first ones to say, you'll know that day will come, because they'll be like, I was too hard on you. I understand why you. They'll be like, I understand why you put distance there, right? Thank you as well, Queen. Here's and even if and here's the thing, even if it comes from a good place, you know, you can tell you can also you can say to someone like, look, if that's not helpful, but if you want to help, this is how you can help. Like you can help them be like, thank you for the no. You can guide them, but then if you say something to someone once and they persist in that way, sacred space helps so much. I'm so glad. And thank you again for having that reading with me, Lindsay. One card for Elisa. One card for Elisa, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Um, this is, I mean, you can't fake consistency. If you're not getting consistency and someone's telling you they're giving it to you, like you know what consistency looks like, is what I'm hearing. You know what consistency looks like. You know what it looks like when someone shows up. I always like to point this out, like, it's like if it's not there, it's not there. I mean, sometimes you can, and this is why I like to point out, this is why people disappear from people's lives. Like, this is why, like, some people ghost. Like, if someone shows up to you and they're not consistent, and then it's like you get exhausted telling someone what consistency looks like. It's like you drift off, because like it's like if you ask for some consistency and someone continues to show up inconsistently, you don't need to expend your breath trying to explain that is. Like, I feel like you kind of ghosted someone because they weren't being consistent, and they're still trying to come towards you in a way and being like, what happened? And you being like, you happened. Like, what are you talking? Like, you don't need to art, you don't need to converse with someone in what like consistency looks like, like it's like it's there or it's not. It feels like someone who's like, like popping in and then wondering why you're not giving them the intention, you know, like intention creates attention kind of thing. Like if someone's not showing up, if someone's not showing up consistently for you, you don't owe them attention, is basically the message is coming through on that. General for Ms. Millie, please. General for Miss Millie. A lot of this, like, I just see a lot of this, and like, I feel like I think a lot of the work that you're doing right now is accepting things, and your guides see it and they're really proud of you, because often when we kind of accept things, I keep on pointing this out, like, accepting is what we mean by surrender. And it doesn't mean we give up, but it means that we allow ourselves to see what is in our power to change versus what would require us to step out of our own boundaries to do so. And I need to point this out: healthy energetic connection would never create a space where they would require us to push past our own boundaries or standards to be able to maintain a connection. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it's very much very similar in that same way. Like, you can't beg someone for consistency, right? If you beg someone for consistency, they're going to say that you're the problem, because it's more about they're saying that your own ability to recognize like what that looks like and whether it's there is going to help you kind of have the breakthroughs you need as it relates to the direction that you're headed, right? And I can see even now, like, you know, like, I feel like again it's the same, very similar. If you've asked someone for something and they're not giving it to you, like, let that, like, don't feel like you have to explain to them why. Just recognize it. Thank you again, Ms. Millie, for having that reading with me. Hi there, Ava. Yes, one card, please, for Ava on that connection. I mean, I think that they're saying even now the connection is when, by honoring what it is that you want and not moving towards anything that feels that it's not in the direction of what you want. It's very similar to what we saw. And I know how hard that is, because I feel like a lot of you moving towards someone is you saying no to anything that isn't them in the process, right? Like, there's just a lot of this work that I see. I feel like in the past, you were more willing to stick around for things that felt like they weren't okay, hoping for something to improve. Like your standards are what are going to, or what is are how you're going to find that person, because you know what that looks like. You know the shape of it. You know what it feels like, and you're not going to be like, it doesn't say to me that you're not flexible on things that aren't important, but they're saying it's a lot of that silk to steel. Knowing what is integral in partnership, and where you're flexible, and not confusing the two, not getting flexible on something that is integral and not getting firm on something that is flexible. Bottom of the deck on this reading, Hierophant in its reversal. I feel like a lot of that in relationality to partnership, you know, make sure you're not, make sure that you're not settling for something with the hope of something getting better in time. Because typically, I'll tell you right now, if you feel like you're settling for something, it typically does not create a space of improvement, right? Like that adaptability of seeing where it goes, it usually stays there. So just be mindful of that. Remember, healthy energy always is able to articulate to you what it is that they want in connection. And articulating that does not mean that we're committing it to it. It means that we have clarity in terms of what it is we're seeking. Hi there, peaceful. Absolutely. One card general, please. One card general for peaceful. Highest priority messages, please. I mean, I feel like there's some kind of connection around you right now that feels positive. It feels like, I feel like you've done a lot of work. I feel like I see the fact that you've been doing a lot of work on healing yourself, but a lot of it says to me that it's coming in the space of being able to be emotional and vulnerable. I keep on seeing, I just feel like you're in a space where you're no longer apologizing for vulnerability. You're embracing it. Bottom of the deck. And it feels to me like it's actually creating a lot of profound conversations in the process. Bottom of the deck. Here's the thing, becoming comfortable with our emotions is ironic because it usually feels really uncomfortable as we do so. Right? It's like, it's not something out of the box. Our own ability of navigating discomfort is how we build energetic stability, right? Because it's not just the fact that we do it because it feels good. We do it because we know it's good, right? Like the emotional stability we find and we recognize is not just having a conversation because it feels good to have it, but being able to talk about things that are hard to talk about because we found the stability in ourselves to be able to navigate a difficult conversation in that way. So, if that's what you're bringing to a conversation, make sure that you're finding the same, because everything I keep seeing around you right now, like the connections that are for you, are the connections that recognize the nuance of navigating difficult conversations. Thank you again for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a member on the place where we keep the videos peaceful. It has become easier. I mean, it becomes easier because the more you do it, it's like muscle memory. Like the more you do it, the easier it gets, right? Like we have to like move ourselves into that space. Um, Nothing. May I ask, if you don't mind? Um, I think the better question, nothing, is why do you think that being rich is the sole purpose and goal in life? What do you think happens when you're wealthy? Next person on the list for today is, hi there. Absolutely. One card for Alexandra, please. One card for Alexandra. What does rich mean? One card for Alexandra, please. Five of Swords. I feel like here's the thing. I feel like it's got something to do with your Aquarius placements right now. Like if you're feeling annoyed, they keep on saying, don't don't be reactive to it. Allow that frustration to move you in the direction that you desire to go into right now. Because I keep on seeing, like, I feel like you're carrying some frustration as it relates to the past. But they're saying that, like, remember that the present is how we can affect, like make something from the past matter. Like don't let it feel don't let it feel like a back step. Like let it feel like let it empower your step forward. Bottom of the deck, especially with this 8 of swords in its reversal. I'm gonna say it again because I'm telling you right now, I feel like you've got a lot of that like itchiness with your like with the Uranus placements right now, where it's like I see you kind of being like, I should go. Like I feel like you got some clarity in the past. Where it's like you want to go back and articulate, but remember, the past does not create closure. When we go back to the past for closure, we just open it back up again. So just be very mindful about what you're going back towards and make sure that you're going in the direction that's forward, not taking a step backwards in the process. Those sound like very beautiful aspirations, nothing. And I hope you find those as well. Alyssa, my question is a message from the higher self, please. Absolutely. Can I get one card for Elisa, please? Messages from the higher self. Messages from the higher self. I mean, you're going through a transformational process. And if it's not easy, it doesn't mean that you're not going in the right direction. Because I feel like a lot of this work, and again, I need to stress, if you can see how much you've changed, then I want you to honor that journey. And I feel like a lot of this work that I'm remembering right now, that like a lot of this energy that we're experiencing, especially with Mars and its retrograde, has to do with working in the space of our fear, right? It's not about, and that doesn't mean that you're running full tilt towards it, but being able to experience it, navigate, embrace it. Like I almost feel like I feel like I see you healing by building a new relationship to your fear, right? Bottom of the deck, courage. It's very much similar to the message we've been seeing with the Mars retrograde. Courage does not typically feel like, often people think courage feels like confidence. Courage is not confidence. Courage is when we work towards something and we face our fear every step of the way. So remember that as you go forward right now, because I feel like a lot of that, um, it's almost like I want you to, like, the guides see how brave you're being in the process of doing that. Even I almost feel like I see you in a situation being like, I don't feel like I'm being brave right now. The guides are like, you are. And thank you, Ava, for those crowns. And Redeem, thank you for the follow. Heads up, Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Also, I see a lot of tarot guys ask for money if you ask them to read you, like they just use the, I mean, I think that, as it relates to, you have to recognize that whenever we're doing anything, there has to be an even exchange on energy. If this is your first time here, nothing, I actually offer about an hour reading every day that I try to give back to the community for free. The personal readings, we do charge a donation here for, but that's because it is something that is specifically an energetic connection that I'm building with another person. I hope you understand. All right. And Heather, happy to give a card for a message from the higher self, please. One card for Heather, message from the higher self. I feel like it's interesting because I see a situation where I feel like you're getting a better sense of what a connection with divine masculine feels like. But they're actually saying that it's because you're bringing a lot of that energy to yourself. Like you're appreciating yourself the way that they would. Like a lot of this, I just keep on seeing that it feels to me like there's something about you honoring yourself to a certain degree that's helping you see the energy of masculine in your life that feels like they honor you in the same way. So continue to do that work right now because everything I keep seeing is like I just keep on hearing you're healing your connection to divine masculine and healing yourself in the process. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I want you to say to yourself, and it's interesting too, because we saw a little bit of this changing during the alignment. I want you to say to yourself, you are always on time. You are never late for your own journey. You are exactly where you need to be. Because I feel like you're navigating some feelings of frustration at yourself. But remember, Um, like perfection is not a place that we reach. It's an ideal that we reach for. So if you're reaching for that, I want you to imagine that you are, like, as long as you're moving with intentionality, like you're actively doing that work. You're moving closer to it. Um, even if you're, I feel like you feel like you're energetically blocked right now, but the guides are saying you're not going through a block. You're going through a breakthrough. Thanks so much, Heather, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Yeah, just be patient with yourself. Okay. Well, you don't need to believe in the universe for the universe to believe in you. Nothing. So, and Heather, I mean, this blockage feeling right now, this blockage feeling is it has a lot to do. This is a very messy new moon. We'll put it that way. This new moon is like, it feels a lot like emptying the junk drawer kind of energy. So make sure that you're giving compassion for yourself in the process. You're so welcome, Miss Melly. I'm so glad it resonates. Okay. Hold on a minute, just catching up. I have found you can only re-up your subscription during a live online. Bridget, thank you for letting me know that. That's really interesting to know as well. No, 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 Frida, absolutely do not, no engaging with me if you are operating any sort of vehicle. Please, please, please do not do that. I don't take readings with people operating vehicles. Please, please, please do not. Thank you though. And thank you, Anne and Addie. Thank you for confirmation, Elisa. One card for Chrissy. One card for Chrissy. How are they feeling, please? One card for Chrissy. I got two cards coming out. I feel like you got two cards the other day as well. I keep on getting the same energy around someone. They're not sure what direction to go into. Like I see something here where they're trying to decide if they should go like forward or like it's like it feels like someone that's like caught in a rut. They're not sure what to do. They don't know what direction to go into. Um, bottom of the deck. Here's the thing. It's like I see a situation where it's like, it's like someone wants you, but they recognize that you guys want different things. Like they see the fact that there's like it's like there's like I see someone that's like they understand that there's only like coming back to you is requiring commitment. And like I'm telling you even now, like this is someone who has a fear of commitment. So I see someone struggling with this because it's like I see someone that's like, what do I do? They miss you, but they're also afraid of the commitment that they know that you're asking from them. So it's like I see someone struggling under that. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. If anyone would like to become a subscriber right now, all you need to do is hit my name at the bottom of the screen and hit that subscribe button. One card for Bridget. Can I please have one card around getting, yep, absolutely. One card for Bridget, please. I feel like you're going to have to look further out than where you are. It feels like, it's like, I don't know. I keep hearing like, there's something about the timing right now. Bottom of the deck. If you can wait, they're saying it might be better to wait right now because there's something about this moment. I mean, but here's the thing, like it feels to me like it's something that has to happen. It's not like I almost hear a little bit of this energy. It's not if it's not it might not be ideal, but like they're actually saying if it's not ideal, look further afield. Don't look in your immediate vicinity because they're saying it's specifically something about where you are that's making it difficult now. If you stretch something out, you'll be able to find what you're looking for. So just make sure they're actually saying like spread out more. Look further afield. I hope that helps, Bridget, and thank you. You're so welcome, Ms. Millie. Esteban, highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. You got two cards coming out. I'm going to say, listen, I want you to listen to me very clearly right now. Okay. If you're moving like they're saying that you're honoring someone's journey right now. You're honoring someone's journey. And I'm going to say this right now. Someone recognizes that they have something here that they could fix with you. Okay. They're saying that there's a window of possibility here in order to fix something, so long as you guys have the same manifestation goals as it relates to what you want. Now, I need to stress this. If you have tried to energetically fix something here, and you're honoring someone's boundary, like they're saying, just continue to move forward right now. But if this is like, because this is a situation that you come into partnership, do not open the door back open for someone coming back to you here, because this is not this they're saying this is the time that you have to fix something with someone. And I feel like you've said, I can hear your higher self saying you left the door open. You told them what it is they want, that you want with them. Bottom of the deck, they need to let go of the past. You know, there's something about this. Like, I see even now, someone doesn't want to let go of something from the past. Um, they're saying continue to move forward, continue to look forward. And I'm telling you right now, just remember, if you come into partnership and this person tries to reconcile with you after you come into partnership, that is not the energy of someone trying to change something. Okay. Like, whatever this is here, like it feels like it. I want you to say to yourself too, I prioritize the energy that prioritizes me. And if someone told you like they need time, you say, listen, I'm not, like, you can tell them like, look, I can wait this long, but I can't give you, like, we don't, this is not, this is not an open invitation to come into my life at any opportunity, right? Like, make sure, as long as you've been clear to someone in relationality to what you want, like, honor those boundaries, because I see even now, like, they need to decide which direction they're headed in, you know? Thank you, Anne. You're so welcome, Ava. You're so welcome, Heather. One card for Grace. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Queen of Wands, and it's upright. I feel like you're having some kind of breakthrough here. You know, like, I feel like I see you getting getting stronger in something, or feeling like, here's the thing, getting stronger in something is frequently feeling more energetically secure. So continue to do this work right now. And again, I already know what the bottom of the deck is going to be. You know, don't look outside of yourself for stability. And if someone's bringing something towards you that doesn't feel ideal, or if you don't feel like you're in an ideal situation, set the energetic standard. If you don't like the energy in the room, be the energy in the room. You know, you remember, you can be that force of change at any moment. And if it's not there, like, let that be your call to embody it, right? And Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you, Redeem, for the follow. Can you imagine me, a Capricorn moon, finding true vulnerability easier? Listen, it is like it's a struggle. I know. Listen, I know how hard it is for Capricorn to be vulnerable. I know, but it's, here's the thing, like, a Capricorn that's when a Capricorn is in a place where they embrace their vulnerability, like, it's a beautiful thing, right? Um, because it's just, it's incredible. Like, it's like, remember that, like, that's a lot of your journey here, is remembering that vulnerability also has its benefits, you know? Tate, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Have been working on it. It's coming along. Continue to do that work, Heather. Sending you support on that journey. Thank you. Yeah, it's definitely uncomfortable. I feel like I'm retreating into myself a bit. Listen, it's okay to Like, it's okay to give yourself that time. Like, they're saying, remember the difference between they're saying, remember the difference between a retreat versus retreating. Like, giving yourself a retreat is like a nice thing. Retreating is different. Like, you can say, like, I need to take a little, like, I need to take a, like, give yourself a minute. Give yourself that pause. Take a retreat, but don't retreat, right? Give yourself a treat, don't retreat. Thank you, Elisa. I'm giving myself a little retreat. There it is. I'm giving myself a little retreat. Yep, we're doing one cards right now, Shea. Amy, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, just hit my name at the bottom of the screen, hit that subscribe button. And we reached 50K. Thank you for letting me know, Alexandra. Congratulations, guys. Thank you for helping us reach our goal. Hold on a minute, just reading over. Feeling that things aren't working as I had intended. Welcome to the vibe. Like, welcome to the vibe. But just because they're not working the way you intend doesn't mean that they're not going to work at all. It's really about holding on to what's integral and being adaptable right now. Yes, I've been working towards a new relationship with my fear. Continue to do that work, Elisa, because the guides say it's showing. I keep hearing the guides say it looks good on you. Thank you so much. You're so welcome, Elisa. And Amy, your subscription's ended if you'd like to renew. Thank you, Heather. I love our morning readings. I get so many affirmations I repeat throughout the day. I'm so glad they help, Elisa. You're so welcome, Chrissy. And yes, Jay, we're on one card, dear. Perfect. I'll wait. My card probably has a few more months on it. Well, again, they're actually saying if it can't wait, extend the search out, but beyond where you are. Like, spread it, like, look further afield is what I kept hearing. Advice on, oh my gosh. Are you okay? I hope everything's okay. All right, can I get one card, please, for Shea? One card, please, for Shea? Whoa, that's way more. I can only pull one card on this. All right, we've got two cards coming out. I'm going to read both of them. So it feels to me like there's more to understand. There's something else under, like there's more under something is what I keep hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, like here's the thing, like I feel like, I don't know, I'm not sure what the circumstance you're addressing is, but they're saying like there's something about this, like don't be reactive is what I'm hearing. Like, navigate something with intentionality, and being very, like, I want to say, like doing, like, it's very much the same energy that I was seeing before as it relates to not allowing oneself to be triggered, but moving moving with intentionality, and moving, like being introspective, because like there's all of this, like I keep on getting, like I see something here where everything is like that, and it's like when something is like that, we have to be more steady. So we, like, I keep on hearing there's more to something is all I keep hearing. And thank you, Coin, for the follow. I just followed. Any advice? Oh, Coined. So the followers, you don't get a card for following. You get a card if you become a subscriber. So if you'd like to hit my name at the bottom of the screen, hit that subscribe button. I'm happy to pull a card for you. You're so welcome, Esteban. Grace, I pulled the card for you. It says to me, like it's actually not about leaning in or pulling back. They're saying being consistent. I pulled the Queen of Wands for you. So they're saying it's like you have to be, like, you have to choose and stay consistent in it. Your reading was at 111. I love that, Chrissy. Tap to claim. Painfully so. Oh no. Well, make sure, like, Okay, so that's like make sure that you notate what you were doing before those occurred, right? Like they're saying like be like they're saying like navigate it with introspection. I did last night, wasn't well received, but the response changed and was slightly kinder. Well, I'm glad to hear things are improving. Christina, you're so welcome, Heather. All right. Christina, spirit led for Christina, please. Spirit led for Christina. Um, Seven of Wands, like they're saying even now, like working through some kind of space right here. Like, don't let yourself feel triggered. Be intentional. Um, if someone's coming towards you in a way that they're being reactive, ask a question, right? Don't just meet them at the energy they're bringing. Ask like why, or ask what you can do to help something. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like don't match energy right now. If someone's trying to trigger you, don't indulge them by meeting them in that space. Show like be the force of change. I'm okay, just keeps happening. Sending you so much support, Shea. Make sure that you're safe. Thank you as well for the follow, Moon. I'll book a full reading tomorrow. Struggling. I understand. Okay, I'm definitely here for that reading, and I'm sending you support on your journey, dear. No, you have nothing to apologize for, Billy. Happy to read for you now. I'm glad that you're back. Card for Gina, please. Card for Gina. Just bear with me a moment. Whoop. You got a lot of cards coming out, Gina. The message that's coming through in these cards is when we're moving with intention, we move with intention. What's happening outside of the self does not impact us as much, right? When we move with intentionality, we let go of the outcome, right? So if you're feeling that sense of anxiety, I want you, if you're feeling uncertainty as to what's going to happen around you, move with intentionality through it. Let the intentionality ground you right now. Bottom of the deck, don't get reactive. Don't be chasing after things right now. Don't be trying to get clarification on things. Like I almost feel like, again, if you moving with intentionality makes another person volatile, take the note. You know? Like sometimes just observing that is profound. You know, you're like, okay. Thank you again, Gina, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Woo! You got so many cards flying out, man. Yeah. um don't, and like I keep on getting, don't lash out, lock in. Don't lash out, lock in. That was coming through heavy yesterday. All right. Hi there. And Mana, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Food, stress, etc. Yeah, like yeah, I'm glad you're taking those notes. You're so welcome, Christina. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you too, Christina. You're so welcome, Gina. All right. I'm reading now for King. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. I'm also going to be closing the list shortly. So if you'd like to get on the list right now for a full reading, this is kind of last call on doing so. If you'd like to get on the list across any other platforms, you can as well. All you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has links in it in my bio. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Hi there, Katira. Good to see you today, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. We're doing 1 card readings for subscribers too, dear, if you'd like to have a card pulled. All right, can I get 3 cards, please, for King on the relationship with that individual, please? 1 more, please. I feel like I'm experiencing, like, this is someone who feels like they're caught between a rock and a hard place. Like, I see, like, I see someone here, um, like, it just, it reads to me like someone who, I almost see an energy of someone that feels like they're doing what others want them to do, um, instead of what makes them happy, you know? Um, I also see someone that's like potentially like navigating through a lot of anxiety. Um, I don't know why I keep hearing something about nerves coming through. Like it just, it feels like, I feel like there's so much of this, like there's so much nervousness around something, you know? And I feel like I see a circumstance or situation where someone might be like looking around themselves and thinking about like the worst possible outcomes. Um, I'm not sure where I also see someone that um I have to stress that it almost gives me the type of energy of someone who's trying to fix something, you know? Like I keep on hearing someone saying in some way, shape, or form, like I don't know how to fix something, or I've done everything in my power to fix something. Um it's so it feels like I almost like when I'm really seeing around someone, it feels like someone who's going into hermit energy. Like everything I see about this right now gives me all the indications of someone who's like about to go into hermit mode, where they're just, you know, they're navigating some kind of they're navigating overwhelm. They've got a lot on their plate. They're feeling extremely frustrated. And I feel like the thing is, I do see a little bit of a sensation around something that, like when someone goes into panic mode, they can be very hyperbolic, you know? So I feel like you might have to have a conversation. Like if this is a space where you can have a conversation with someone, you might need to say to someone that, you know, like this is why hyperbole can be so damaging to a partnership, because it's like when we start talking in hyperbole, it's hard to be able to understand like what we say hyperbolically versus what we authentically mean, right? Like there's a lot of confusion there. So you might have to say to someone like him, like if this is something that someone has a tendency of doing, you may want to have to say to them, like, move them away from talking hyperbolically or saying like, all right, I just want to make sure that you actually meant that, right? Because you know that's the hurdle I'm seeing around someone is like, or this is how I'm seeing it from your perspective. Like I can see something and I keep on hearing, did they really mean that, or are they just saying that? Did they really mean that, Or did they just say that? So remember, in healthy partnership, we mean what we say what we mean, and we mean what we say. Healthy partnership does not allow for hyperbole, because once you allow hyperbole into a once you allow hyperbole into a relationship, it becomes too easy for someone to say something that they meant and then say that I was being hyperbolic, right? It can create a lot of anxiety and tension because we never know what's actually happening versus someone exaggerating. So, you can probably, like, if someone has says something to you in that way, you might need, I feel like it's almost you saying, I just want to make sure that you actually meant that and you weren't just being hyperbolic. Um, and the thing, I wish I could tell you, because the thing is, like, I see someone and I see them going, I don't know. Right? Like, that's what I meant about someone going into hermit mode. It's like I can see someone that said something almost hyperbolically and they're like, I don't know, you know? Um, Bottom of the deck, I need to stress this, like, we create consistency in ourselves, because the consistency we create for ourselves is the gift that we give our partners, right? Like, the consistency that we create in ourselves, um, is what we bring forth in partnership. And that doesn't mean that partnership isn't scary, right? Partnership can be terrifying. But that's why we say, like, when we're in healthy partnership, that we're brave in that space, right? Because it's the ability to face things bravely that allows us to feel like the love comes through the bravery that we have in being able to maintain consistency, even when we're feeling less than consistent, right? Like, this is why we work on being, of talking through our anxiety instead of reacting to it, because it's too easy when we're in a space where we are navigating from our fear. Like, it's too easy to move out of ourselves and say, why? Well, I was afraid. Well, again, when you're afraid, it shouldn't bring out, like, unhealthy, like, actions, right? Because that is being reactive, and that's hard, because that creates a slippery slope. Because if feeling afraid validates an action, it can often create a victim mentality, because then you say to yourself, well, anytime I'm afraid, I can validate anything I do. So it's like almost someone who's, like, unconsciously going around looking for reasons to be afraid. So, um, make sure you guys aren't mirroring each other, right? Make sure that you're not doing things that are wildly out of character because you see another person doing something, right? Because that is like a race to the bottom, right? When when we're feeling anxiety, we articulate upon it, but we don't change how we behave. We don't change how we react. Um, because that is how we help each other understand and say, listen, even when I'm afraid, I'm going to show up for you and I'm going to be consistent, right? As opposed to having a situation where we're so afraid of something, we end up bringing it into being, like, we end up creating the situation we're afraid of by acting in such a way that we assume that it's happening. So I feel like there is something here about someone triggered about the past, but making sure that they're not projecting the past on you, right? Like, almost saying, like, look, I know, like, I need you to be brave, right? And because when we're brave, we basically say, like, I'm learning how to trust. So just make sure that you're not, if someone, and I'll also point this out, if someone has told you a boundary, don't assume they want you to cross it. Like, if someone has articulated something, say to them, like, this is, I am, like, I'm not avoiding you. I'm honoring what you said. You can say to someone, listen, I would prefer to be doing something different, but I'm going to honor what you've asked of me, because you want to, like, The thing about this here is I see some issues with boundaries that need to be worked through here. So being able to say to someone like, look, this is what me honoring your boundaries looks like. It's not how I intend, like it's not where I desire to be, but I just want to let you know that that's it. Like if you've articulated that, like you help someone see that by honoring them in that fashion. So, and I can see it's frustrating because it almost feels like someone potentially sending mixed signals. So again, you can say to someone like, look, I just want to be clear. It feels like you're sending mixed signals, right? Like you can just articulate upon what you're experiencing. If that's happening, don't react to it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Billy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got room for maybe one more person on the list today. If you'd like to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Pulling 1 card for Katira over on the place where we keep the videos. I have a couple of different options on the table or working on some for sprint work. Any suggestions on the path? Okay. So I can pull 1 card right now on that. So can I get 1 card, please? 1 card. Because they are 1 card readings. You know, everything I'm seeing here to a certain extent, you know, what's interesting about it is it doesn't feel so, I don't see you moving in a different direction. They're saying looking for something that's parallel to it, something that's connected to it in a way. It doesn't feel like a time to go in an entirely different direction, but they are saying that there's something about you um, doing something new or like it actually says it's not about stopping something, it's about taking something else on. Yeah, like they're actually saying now is not a time to switch. They're saying now is a time to expand. So you might want to potentially look at some situations or circumstances where you don't have to choose, but you could do something like adjacent to. Like it's saying to me, like working in a space of like adapting how you look at something in such a way that it's not one or the other, but potentially both. I hope that helps, Kateria, and thank you for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right. Have a beautiful evening, Mavs. I'm looking forward to seeing you soon. All right. And Estevan, thank you for getting on the list. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Stacy, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Heather, my North Node is in Aries and South Node is in Libra. Those are beautiful nodes together. That's beautiful though, because I mean, it's very strong. Their descendant is Libra, and I suspect I need to grow into the North Node Libra for this to work. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, here's the thing, man, like when Libra energy gets together, it can be very, I got to point it out, like, you know what I'm going to say here? The difference between I have a right to versus I know it's right. Right? Like you got to make sure you're not matching energy. Thank you as well, Elizabeth, for receiving these messages. Their North Node's in Pisces. Do not want to say what is best for her. Maybe relevant. Well, yeah, because it feels like they're trying to see the bigger picture every moment, right? They're like, I see them being like, it's you're looking at things being like, I know what, like you're looking at things going, I know what's right, and they're going, what's right? Like there's 1,000 different perspectives on something. Thank you, King. My 4th house is in Libra, and that is difficult energy for me because of how I grew up around it. 4th house Libra can be, yeah, it's hard because it's a lot of like it's yeah, like I can see what the frustration is there. I'm working on that. Yeah. I mean, because like, you know, like not everything is fair. Like I can see like that's what you have to work through. You know, like fairness is subjective. Continuing the conversation or reading from earlier. Yep, or love, ask for highest priority. I've got you, Esteban. Can I get 4 cards for Esteban, please? 4 cards for Esteban, highest priority messages from Spirit. I'm going to tell you right now, I know this is really difficult for you to hear, but I feel like you're healing something deeply in separation, because I just keep seeing a situation or circumstance. Um, Someone's never had their boundaries honored before. Someone doesn't know what it feels like. I see you saying to someone, "This is what it feels like when someone honors your boundaries. This is what it feels like when someone honors your boundaries." I keep on seeing that there's something that you're going through with someone where you're saying, I say what I mean what I say. And there's no room, like, and you know, and I keep on hearing, I say what I mean what I say, and I'm sorry it has to be this way. But they're saying, because I keep seeing a situation where, like, I feel like there's something here, like you have to say to someone, it's not my job to convince you of the fact that we're good together. It's not my job to try to prove it to you. You know, I feel like I see some kind of situation that you've had to navigate with someone. Um, that it feels like walking on eggshells. You know, it feels like someone who says one thing and then means another. You know, it feels like a lot of this, like working on, like, someone who's not in a place of confidence. But I keep on hearing you say to someone, I can't give you that confidence. You know, um, I'm gonna tell you again, like, if there's something here, like, because this is hard, like, I see it, you know, like, I see some kind of situation here, um, like, and it feels like, I'll put it this way. Okay, listen, and this is the end, because you've got a guide on the other side that is really firm about this. Um, when someone says I'm leaving, we don't we don't we don't say I'm leaving for the sake of someone hoping that they'll chase after us. And someone who says I'm leaving and wants someone to chase after them, that is someone who has unhealthy boundaries. That is someone who says I want a relationship where anything I say, you're just going to like bowl over it. And you know what? You know what? Maybe it looks romantic. Maybe it looks great on film. It's not great in reality. It's not great in reality, because when you're having to navigate that, you can never tell the difference between when someone wants you to chase after them versus them saying, I didn't want you to do that. You're crossing boundaries that I didn't want crossed, right? It creates chaos, right? When we care about someone, the goal is that you don't say, I'm leaving. You say, I'm staying, right? You don't come into that space of over dramatizing for the sake of some kind of, like, because because one is having an emotional moment, right? We sit it out. We do that tough work. Um, And I will tell you right now, I feel like there's a little bit of this energy here. It feels like I feel like there's some kind of energy around you of someone who maybe speaks in like like broad sweeping terms. And now I kind of feel like it does feel like the type of energy of someone who may have potentially locked themselves out of your life. But often when we have healthy boundaries, this is what happens. Because when we say, when we say to another person, listen, I care about you, but I don't want to have to live in a world that I constantly am trying to figure out what role I'm trying to fill, right? I'm constantly trying to you know, it's a fantasy land, right? It doesn't have to be that roller coaster ride. If you've articulated to them what that is, your guides are saying even now you're healing something in a profound way. Because I just see a space where someone is in a place where they're reflecting and saying, I'm exactly where I am because I said that I wanted this, right? And again, you can say to someone, look, the door's always open if you want to heal it, but I'm not going to chase after you because I care about you too much. I'm going to honor your journey. I'm going to honor your path. And when we honor each other's paths, we don't drag each other along it. So if you're doing that work, the guides are saying you're like, you need to appreciate that because I know it's not easy, but they're saying, I know it's not easy, but you're helping them see. You're helping them see what is in the power for them to change versus what they're asking others of to love them. And I'll tell you right now, a healthy energy does not say to someone they care about, aren't you going to chase after me? Because a healthy energy would never walk away in the first place. Bottom of the deck on this. And I'm gonna tell you right now, like if this is a circumstance or situation, like make sure someone doesn't get their wires crossed in relationality to what's happening. You can say this you can articulate to someone what it is that you want with them, and you can tell them that the door's open. Whether they choose to move towards it, um, like that is their choice. And again, if you move forward like with someone, remember that if this is the energy that comes running towards you only after they see you in connection with another, that is typically not indicative of someone who has healed, but rather someone who once again is forcing you into a position to choose, like to come into like again like it feels like someone who's like, I need to point this out, like healthy energy is never in the space of going choose 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 right. Like it's not about choice, it's about moving with intention towards one another, right? And as long as we're prioritizing partnership, you know they need to prioritize you as well. So I really want you to say that. I want you to really kind of affirm right now this, your mantra right now is the energy that I prioritize prioritizes me. If I bring consistency to partnership, my partner does same. That doesn't mean that we have to do exactly the same things for each other in each moment, but being appreciative and honoring the consistency through which we show up. It's not a like this is how we love each other. We show up for each other. It's not too much to ask. You're just as deserving of the consistency that you bring forth. Um, and so again, like they're saying even now, like I feel like there's a lot of this. Like I see you moving towards healthy partnership. The big question is whether this person from the past here, like recognizes, you know, recognizes what they need to change in order to show up towards you in the same way. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Esteban. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal, and you can love that person from a distance, right? Like when we fall for people who have unhealthy boundaries, it can be the hardest work because we can say, I care about you, but it hurts too much. Like again, when we don't love, our love does not when we don't heal, our love does not feel like love. And they're saying like that is something that you can kind of hold and carry with you as you proceed forward. If you articulated that you wanted something from someone, but they're not in a space that they're ready for it, you know. Thank you again, Esteban, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Final call right now for anyone who's a subscriber who would like a card pulled. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, just hit my name at the bottom of the screen and hit that subscribe button. Or if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, if you're a member, you can also have a card pulled at this time as well. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got one more spot open for today, one more spot open. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And Lori, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I needed them to be kind. You deserve kindness. You deserve kindness, especially if you're giving it forward. I wonder if that is a factor with my counterpart and it confuses me. Sending you support on that journey as well, Heather. If someone asks me to follow a boundary, then that is something I want to honor. Well, again, we have to recognize this. Those with trauma around boundaries, like this is what we have to avoid when we say something that don't mean and we want someone to cross our boundary in the process of receiving it. That's not a healthy place to be because we can never it puts us in a place of not knowing when we cross a line then we're actually crossing versus someone saying something that they don't mean. Claim it if it feels right. Tap to claim. Just what I needed to hear. I'm so glad those messages helped, Esteban, and sending you support on that journey. All right, my friends. We have reached the conclusion of the readings for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. So confusing to me of someone wanting someone to cross a boundary. Well, listen, when we're not in a place, listen, like when we're not in a place of being able to be like when we're feeling reactive, when we look at the world from a place of fear, then all like we navigate everything like they're hurting us, even when they're not, right? We say nasty things to each other. We provoke each other because that's that energy where, like, when we're in such a place of pain, we can't ask for the things we want. So the only way we can ask for them is trying to get another person's attention by, just doing things that feel like they're energetically provocative, right? But when we're in a place, when we're intentional, you know, those things hurt. We talk about the reason they hurt. We look at another that's trying to hurt us and say, why would you say that? Because when we come from a trauma place, sometimes we have to become things that we don't desire to become, right? Sometimes we carry that trauma with us. And that's when we often, like, this is why we heal. We heal so we stop finding the trauma everywhere we go. Because if we don't do that, then everything we look at from a trauma perspective, we become the trauma. So it's really difficult when someone is still navigating the world. Like, I'm not saying that the energy that comes into that space didn't have reasons to, like, that's the thing. Trauma's got a reason. There's always a very logical reason why someone needed something. Trauma often protects us in places that we need to be protected. The wounds come when we carry trauma out to places that it's not necessarily supposed to be, right? So that's why often when you find someone in that space, the best thing you can do is kind of step back from them or ask that question, like, why would you say that to me, right? Because it's that moment of reflection when we don't give them the thing that they would expect in the trauma environment that they start to see just how much they're hurting. I hope that helps answer that question, Heather. Yes. And then when we honor their boundaries, they feel hurt, right? Because again, what does trauma say? Trauma says, if I'm hurt, I can do anything. But what often you leave a trauma environment, this is where we get the victim mentality, because then you look at the world and you're unconsciously looking for reasons to be hurt because you just gave yourself a hall pass to do anything you want. And then you're afraid to be healed because then you have to, you can't let go of the thing that would let you get away with anything, right? Holding on to trauma is very indulgent, right? because you can validate anything when you're saying that you were hurt, and then you just go around hurting everybody in the process. Absolutely. And it has seemed I hurt and I show love. It's different. We've all been in that space. None of us have our hands clean. We've all had those moments. But being able to again recognize them, take accountability for them, this is how we heal, right? And we can understand something, but it doesn't condone it. And often that's why we don't match energy, because when we match energy, we just create more of it. No romanticizing thorns. No romanticizing thorns. We went through that yesterday. On that note, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today. I will be posting it. It'll be up on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it, if you prefer, as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I'm going to go live, if you're following me over on the clock, on the photo place where we keep the photos, I always post it up there. I'll also have it, if you go over to my account on Clock app, there's a little bell. Hitting that bell will notify you as to when I'll be live. And also you can register directly for the event. For any of those who became members or subscribers today, thank you so much. You should have access now to the subscriber-only Discord channel. There you will find a special coupon code in the perks section that will give you a discount on the Tarot Church class program on my Substack if you would like to join us there. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my followers. I could not do this without you. To my moderators, I could not do this without you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone, and take care.